He healed a fish. She floated 2 centimeters above the ground, allegedly, or another guy didn't rot fast enough. Congratulations. You're a saint now, whether you meant to be or not. The quiet village of Montagne-sur-Lot, nestled in a perpetually damp valley in 11th century Francia, had little to boast about. Its primary export was, quite literally, mud, and its most exciting annual event was the spring thaw. Life here moved with the sluggish rhythm of the river that gave the village its name, a slow, predictable flow marked by planting, harvesting, and the ever present damp. It was in this unassuming corner of the world that the legend of St. Eutychus began, not with a thunderclap of divine revelation, but with the soft thud of a shovel against packed earth. Eutychus himself was, by all accounts, a man of profound, almost heroic ordinariness. He was a swineherd, a profession as humble as the beasts he tended. His days were spent in the muddy fields, coaxing his grunting charges away from the occasional straying root or the predatory gaze of a wolf. He was not known for piety, nor for acts of charity beyond sharing his meager bread with a stray dog. He certainly never wrestled a demon, levitated to the heavens, or cured a leper with a touch. His greatest recorded achievement, prior to his untimely death from a particularly aggressive bout of dysentery, was apparently the successful training of a piglet named Gertrude to fetch his wooden bucket. Gertrude, it is said, was remarkably adept. Upon Eutychus's death, the villagers, true to their pragmatic nature, mourned his passing with the usual somber rituals. He was buried in the small, unkempt churchyard, his grave marked by a rough-hewn stone that bore his name, a testament to a life lived quietly. And there the matter might have rested had it not been for a series of occurrences. It began subtly. Old man Hemlock, whose rheumy eyes had been failing him for years, declared one morning that he could suddenly see the intricate patterns on a spider web across his window pane. He attributed this miraculous restoration of sight to a dream he'd had of Eutychus, who, in his dream, had simply nodded in his direction. Then there was young Agnes, the baker's daughter, who had suffered from a persistent cough that rattled her small frame. After praying by Eutychus's grave, one damp afternoon, the cough vanished as if it had never been. These were not isolated incidents. Soon, tales began to circulate. A farmer's prize bull, lost for days, found rooting happily near Eutychus's marker, a child's fever breaking after a tearful whispered plea at the same spot. The village priest, Father Anselm, a man whose faith was as solid as the ancient stones of his church, was initially dismissive. He blamed the collective imagination, the desperate need for solace in a hardscrabble existence. He spoke of vapors rising from the damp earth, of the power of suggestion, of the human tendency to find patterns where none exist. He pointed out, quite reasonably, that Eutychus had been a simple man, no scholar, no mystic, no ascetic who had spent decades in prayer and fasting. What divine favor could a swineherd possibly command? But the stories persisted, growing with each retelling. The cures, initially small and personal, became more dramatic. A woman with a withered arm found it regaining its strength after touching the stone. A young man plagued by nightmares found his sleep peaceful and untroubled. The unremarkableness of Eutychus's life, which Father Anselm saw as an impediment to sainthood, became in the eyes of the villagers his greatest asset. His lack of grand deeds meant that any perceived miracle was undeniably the work of divine grace, unadulterated by his own efforts. His silence in life was interpreted as profound contemplation, his ordinariness as a deliberate turning away from the vanity of the world. This was the dawn of what we might call sainthood by popular acclaim, a phenomenon that would both enrich and complicate the burgeoning structure of the medieval church. In these early centuries, before the rigorous processes of canonization we know today were firmly established, the pathways to holiness were far more fluid and often far more chaotic. The authority of the church was still coalescing, and local traditions, folk beliefs, and the sheer weight of community consensus could carry immense power. Montaigne-sur-Lot, in its desperate yearning for a patron, a protector, a bridge to the divine, had seized upon the most unassuming of men. Eutychus, the swineherd, became their accidental saint. His grave, once a simple marker in a forgotten churchyard, was now a destination. Pilgrims, hearing whispers of the cures, began to make the arduous journey, their expectations fueled by the fervent testimonials of the villagers. They came with their ailments, their woes, their desperate hopes, seeking the intercession of the man who had done nothing remarkable in life. The transition from Eutychus, the deceased swineherd, to Saint Eutychus, the healer of Montaigne, was not a swift, ordained process. It was a slow, organic growth, a collective delusion perhaps, but one rooted in a genuine human need. The pragmatic villagers, initially perhaps amused by the attention, soon began to see the practical benefits. A saint meant pilgrims, and pilgrims meant coin. The church was renovated, not with grand new architecture, but with small improvements funded by the offerings left at Eutychus's grave. The quality of the local ale improved, and for the first time, the village could afford to repair the leaky roof of the modest presbytery. Father Anselm, despite his initial reservations, found himself swept along by the tide of popular devotion. He began to incorporate Eutychus into his sermons, carefully choosing his words. He spoke not of Eutychus's miracles, but of the faith of the villagers, of how their fervent prayers at the swineherd's resting place had been answered. He attributed the cures to God's grace, mediated through the intercession of Eutychus, a subtle but crucial distinction. He was, in essence, navigating the treacherous waters between official doctrine and the undeniable reality of a thriving local cult. The true genius of this burgeoning sainthood lay in its very lack of substance. Eutychus's life offered no specific lessons of martyrdom, no profound theological insights, no epic battles against heresy. He was a blank canvas upon which the villagers could project their hopes and fears. His silence was interpreted as humility, his unassuming nature as a testament to his inner purity. The very absence of any documented extraordinary deed became the foundation of his sanctity. It was a miracle born of omission, a holiness derived from the void. Consider the contrast with other emerging cults of the era. There were the martyrs, their lives often embellished with tales of defiance against pagan emperors, their deaths glorious sacrifices for the faith. There were the ascetics who had endured unimaginable physical privations, their bodies emaciated testaments to their spiritual discipline. There were the scholars whose writings illuminated the mysteries of Scripture. Eutychus had none of these credentials. His claim to sanctity rested solely on the perception of the community, on the unshakable belief that something extraordinary, something divine, had happened around him, or perhaps because of him. This reliance on community belief, on what we might call collective hallucination, was a powerful engine in the early medieval church. It allowed for the emergence of local patrons, saints whose stories were intimately tied to the specific needs and anxieties of particular places. If a village was plagued by disease, a saint who was said to have cured a similar affliction would be embraced. If it was threatened by famine, a saint associated with bountiful harvests would be invoked. Eutychus, through the sheer serendipity of his resting place and the subsequent stream of perceived miracles, became the patron of Montaigne-sur-Lot, the divine intermediary for a community that felt largely forgotten by the wider world. The ambiguity of Eutychus's miracles is also noteworthy. They were rarely spectacular, earth-shattering events. A restored cough, a found bull, a less than withered arm. These were small personal victories, the kind that could easily be attributed to other causes. A change in the weather, a moment of quiet contemplation, a well-timed prayer offered in desperation. Yet in the fertile ground of medieval belief, these small moments were nurtured, amplified, and woven into a tapestry of divine intervention. The collective belief was so potent that it created its own reality, transforming the mundane into the miraculous. This phenomenon raises fascinating questions about the nature of faith and the construction of religious narratives. Was Eutychus truly a saint, his unremarkableness a deliberate guise to test the faith of those who would seek him out? Or was he merely a convenient focal point for a community desperate for divine connection? The answer, as is so often the case in history, likely lies somewhere in between. The medieval church, in its early, less formalized stages, was a remarkably adaptable institution. It could absorb and reinterpret local cults, weaving them into the broader fabric of Christian belief. The fervor surrounding Eutychus, while perhaps lacking the dramatic flair of a true martyr, was undeniably real, and in the context of medieval spirituality, real faith often trumped factual accuracy. The accidental saint highlights a critical period in the evolution of sainthood. It predates the formalization of canonization processes by the papacy, a process that would eventually involve rigorous investigation, testimony, and theological scrutiny. In the 11th century, the lines were blurrier. The power of local bishops and monastic communities, as well as the sheer force of popular devotion, played a significant role. The cult of Eutychus, born in the mud of Montaigne-sur-Lot, was a testament to the fact that holiness could, and indeed did, arise from the most unexpected of places and from the most ordinary of lives. It was a harbinger of the rich, complex, and often wonderfully strange tapestry of medieval sainthood, a tapestry woven not just with grand pronouncements from on high, but with the humble, fervent prayers whispered by ordinary people in forgotten villages. The spread of such cults, fueled by rumor and the slow, steady flow of pilgrims, demonstrates the deep human need for intermediaries between the earthly and the divine. In a world often perceived as governed by capricious forces, having a local saint was like having a direct line to God. This saint, Eutychus, the swineherd whose life was defined by its lack of defining moments, offered a unique kind of solace. He was not an intimidating figure of immense power or arcane knowledge. He was relatable. He was, in a way, one of them. His ordinariness was his greatest virtue, making him accessible, approachable, and crucially believable to the common folk who sought his intercession. The impact of such a cult on the village of Montaigne-sur-Lot was transformative. It provided not just spiritual comfort, but economic uplift. The modest offerings from pilgrims allowed for improvements to the church, the upkeep of the rectory, and a general improvement in the material well being of the community. This economic incentive, while not the primary driver of faith, undoubtedly played a role in the continued veneration of Eutychus. A thriving cult meant a steady stream of income, and for a small, isolated village, this was a significant boon. It meant that the stories of Eutychus's miracles were told and retold, embellished and reinforced, ensuring that his reputation, and thus the village's prosperity, continued to grow. Furthermore, the emergence of an accidental saint, like Eutychus, underscores the fluid nature of religious belief and practice in the early Middle Ages. The Church was still consolidating its doctrines and authority, and there was a considerable amount of regional variation in how Christianity was practiced and understood. Local saints, often integrated into existing pagan or folk traditions, played a crucial role in the Christianization of Europe. They provided familiar figures and localized miracles that resonated with the existing cultural landscape. Eutychus, the swineherd, was a product of this dynamic period, a testament to the adaptability of faith and the power of collective imagination. The narrative surrounding Eutychus also touches upon the idea of virtue by absence. In a society that often valued grand gestures and heroic deeds, the concept of holiness derived from a life lived without notable events was a subtle but profound counterpoint. Eutychus's lack of worldly ambition, his quiet existence tending his pigs, was reinterpreted as a profound spiritual discipline. His unimportance in the eyes of the world became his ultimate testament to humility and divine favor. This offered a powerful message to the ordinary people of the Middle Ages that holiness was not solely the domain of the extraordinary, but could be found in the quiet rhythms of everyday life, in the simple act of tending to one's duties with a humble heart. The very concept of popular whim as a catalyst for sainthood, as alluded to in the outline, is a fascinating departure from later, more regulated practices. It suggests a period where the boundaries between the sacred and the secular, between genuine divine intervention and human interpretation, were more porous. The fervent belief of the villagers of Montaigne-sur-Lot, coupled with the tangible, if often minor, perceived miracles, created a potent social and spiritual phenomenon that the Church, for pragmatic and spiritual reasons, could not afford to ignore. They were, in essence, acceding to a community's deeply felt need, validating their faith through the very act of acknowledging the cult. The existence of Eutychus, the accidental saint, serves as a powerful reminder of the human element in the construction of religious tradition. He was not canonized through divine pronouncement, but through the sustained, fervent belief of an entire community. His story, born from the mud and mist of a forgotten valley, highlights the diverse and often unexpected pathways that led individuals to be venerated as saints in the medieval world. It was a world where a humble swineherd, through the sheer force of popular conviction and a timely series of perceived miracles, could ascend to a form of accidental yet deeply cherished sanctity. The legacy of Eutychus was not written in grand theological treatises, but in the whispered prayers of the faithful and the growing pile of offerings at his unassuming grave. He was the patron saint of the unremarked, the divine champion of the ordinary, and a testament to the enduring power of collective faith. The fervent belief in the divine intervention surrounding the swineherd Eutychus, while grounding a local cult in the damp valley of Montagne-sur-Lot, stood in stark contrast to the more dramatic and often fabricated narratives that also propelled individuals towards sainthood in the early medieval period. While Eutychus's ascent was a testament to the power of collective imagination and a yearning for intercession, the stories of those who became saints through mistake, through false accusation, misinterpreted actions, or even outright invention, painted a far more complex and, at times, chilling picture of the era's religious landscape. These were individuals whose claims to martyrdom were not forged in the crucible of unwavering faith and persecution, but rather in the smoke of the pyre, a consequence of societal anxieties, political machinations, and the sometimes unscrupulous methods employed to bolster the authority and prestige of nascent Christian communities. The notion of martyrdom by mistake speaks to a crucial, yet often overlooked aspect of medieval hagiography, the construction of saintly lives. In the early centuries of Christianity, particularly as the faith transitioned from a persecuted minority to the dominant religious force of the Roman Empire, the veneration of martyrs was paramount. Martyrs represented the ultimate sacrifice, the unassailable proof of devotion to Christ. However, the supply of genuine martyrs, those who had demonstrably faced and defied imperial persecution for their faith, eventually dwindled. This scarcity, coupled with the burgeoning need for local patrons and exemplars of Christian virtue, created a fertile ground for the embellishment and, at times, the outright fabrication of martyrdom narratives. Consider for a moment the hypothetical case of a woman named, let us say, Aurelia, living in a provincial town during the tumultuous 4th century. Her life might have been one of quiet devotion, perhaps tending to the sick or engaging in charitable works. However, if her community found itself lacking a local martyr, or if a powerful bishop sought to legitimize his authority through the association with a revered figure, Aurelia's life could be posthumously transformed. A minor illness, perhaps a fever or a lingering ailment that ultimately claimed her life, could be reinterpreted as a form of slow martyrdom, poisoned or weakened by enemies of the faith, or, more dramatically, a simple accusation of disloyalty, perhaps stemming from a personal grievance or a political dispute, could be twisted into an accusation of heresy or apostasy. These accusations often preyed on the ambiguities of religious practice in a period of transition. What might have been a simple misunderstanding of a theological point, or even a deviation from local custom, could be amplified into a capital offense by those eager to condemn. The trials themselves, often swift and lacking in due process, would then become the dramatic backdrop for the martyrdom. The accused, perhaps bewildered or unable to effectively defend themselves against charges that were patently false, would be condemned, their execution, whether by burning, beheading, or some other gruesome method, would then be framed not as a tragic miscarriage of justice, but as a glorious testament to their unwavering faith in the face of overwhelming evil. The subsequent veneration of such individuals, while appearing to be a genuine outpouring of popular devotion, was often carefully curated. The stories of their supposed defiance and sacrifice would be meticulously crafted, emphasizing their piety, their miraculous endurance, and the injustice of their deaths. These narratives would then be disseminated through sermons, songs, and eventually written accounts. The very brutality of their demise would serve to solidify their saintly status, transforming their accidental or fabricated martyrdom into a powerful symbol of Christian resilience. This phenomenon was not limited to individuals who were executed. Sometimes the mistake lay in the very nature of their supposed religious commitment. In the early days of monasticism, for example, individuals who retreated to the desert to pursue a life of extreme asceticism were often highly revered. However, the lines between fervent devotion and self destructive obsession could blur. An individual who died from starvation, dehydration, or exposure, driven by an intense desire to emulate Christ's suffering, might not have been formally persecuted, but their death, in the eyes of many, was a form of martyrdom. Their suffering, self inflicted though it may have been, was interpreted as a conscious offering to God, a sacrifice of the flesh for the salvation of the soul. The veneration of these individuals, while perhaps stemming from a genuine admiration for their extreme piety, also served to elevate the monastic ideal. It provided tangible, albeit tragic, examples of the sacrifices that could be made for the faith. However, it also raises questions about the Church's role in potentially encouraging or endorsing practices that bordered on the suicidal. Were these individuals truly acting under divine inspiration, or were they driven by psychological distress or the societal pressures to conform to an increasingly demanding religious ethos? The historical record, often written by those who benefited from the cult of these ascetics, rarely delves into such uncomfortable complexities. Moreover, the process of canonization in its nascent stages was far from the rigorous, centralized system that would emerge in later centuries. Local bishops, powerful monastic communities, and even influential aristocratic families could, through their patronage and advocacy, elevate individuals to the status of saints. This meant that the criteria for sainthood could be remarkably fluid. A strategically placed relic, a well timed miracle attributed to a deceased individual, or even a concerted campaign of popular acclaim could be sufficient to launch a cult. In such an environment, the truth of a person's life and death could easily become secondary to the perceived benefits of their veneration. The martyrdom by mistake narrative also highlights the darker side of early Christian evangelism and apologetics. In a world where theological distinctions could be fiercely debated and often carried significant political weight, accusations of heresy were potent weapons. Individuals who held dissenting views, whether on matters of doctrine, church governance, or ritual, could find themselves labeled as heretics, apostates, or even agents of paganism. These accusations, often fueled by ignorance, fear, or a desire to consolidate power, could lead to severe persecution. When such individuals died as a result of this persecution, their deaths could be framed as martyrdoms, thereby legitimizing the condemnation and reinforcing the authority of the persecutors. The story of Agnes of Rome, as a hypothetical example of this phenomenon, serves as a potent illustration. While Agnes is traditionally depicted as a young virgin martyred for her unwavering refusal to renounce her faith and her chastity, historical scholarship suggests that many such narratives were embellished or entirely constructed centuries after the supposed events. Imagine a scenario where Agnes, a young woman of noble birth, was indeed caught in a web of political intrigue or a dispute over inheritance. Perhaps her refusal to marry a particular suitor, a refusal that could have had significant social or political ramifications, was reinterpreted as a rejection of Roman societal norms and a defiant embrace of Christian exclusivity. The accusation of heresy in this context could be a convenient tool to discredit her. If she was subsequently executed, perhaps for perceived treason or sedition, her death could be recast as a glorious martyrdom for Christ. The details of her supposed defiance, her purity, and her unwavering faith would be meticulously crafted to create an inspiring exemplar. The absence of contemporary, reliable accounts of her martyrdom would be explained away by the destruction of records during periods of persecution or by the deliberate suppression of her story by her persecutors. In reality, her martyrdom might have been a tragic consequence of political maneuvering. Her sainthood, a posthumous invention designed to elevate a local cult and attract pilgrims. The very act of accidentally becoming a saint often involved a profound disconnect between the lived reality of the individual and the narrative constructed around them. For those who suffered genuine persecution, their courage and faith were the bedrock of their sainthood. For those caught in the snare of martyrdom by mistake, their lives were often reduced to a simplified, often idealized, hagiographical template. The complexities of their personalities, their doubts, their human frailties, all were stripped away to create a perfect, unblemished icon of faith. This process of creating saints through fabricated martyrdoms had several significant consequences for the medieval church and society. Firstly, it contributed to the proliferation of saints, creating a dense pantheon of heavenly intercessors whose powers and stories were often localized and specific. This allowed the church to cater to a wide range of popular devotions and needs, from protection against specific diseases to good fortune in agriculture. Secondly, it served as a powerful tool for reinforcing religious orthodoxy and condemning dissent. By framing those who deviated from accepted norms as heretics and martyrs, the Church could implicitly or explicitly legitimize the persecution of such individuals. Furthermore, these fabricated narratives often served the interests of powerful families or institutions. A family that could claim a martyr within its lineage, even if that martyrdom was fabricated, gained immense prestige and spiritual authority. Monasteries that acquired the relics of a popular saint, particularly one whose cult was rapidly growing, could attract pilgrims, donations, and political influence. The legend of a martyr could become a valuable asset, a cornerstone of a community's identity and prosperity. The concept of wild accusations is crucial here. In a society where religious belief was deeply intertwined with social order, accusations of heresy or paganism could be levied against anyone for any reason. Personal vendettas, economic rivalries, or political disagreements could all be cloaked in the language of religious purity. A wealthy merchant who refused to lend money to a struggling monastery might find himself accused of hoarding wealth and thereby betraying his Christian vows. A village that clung to ancient pre-Christian customs, perhaps an agricultural festival or a folk healing practice, could be portrayed as a hotbed of paganism, its inhabitants ripe for persecution, and its leading figures candidates for martyrdom. These accusations were not always born of malice. In some instances, they might have stemmed from genuine, albeit misguided, zeal. Individuals who saw the world in stark black and white, who were genuinely alarmed by perceived deviations from their understanding of true Christianity, might have acted with the conviction that they were purging heresy and defending the faith. Their actions, though brutal, were perceived by them as righteous. The resulting martyrs, therefore, were not necessarily innocent victims of sheer cruelty, but also individuals caught in the crossfire of intense theological conviction and social anxieties. The legacy of these martyrs by mistake is a complex one. On one hand, they represent a tragic distortion of the Christian ideal of martyrdom, highlighting the ways in which religious devotion could be manipulated for political and social ends. Their stories serve as a stark reminder of the dangers of unchecked religious fervor and the ease with which accusations could lead to irreversible consequences. On the other hand, for the communities that embraced them, these saints offered genuine solace, hope, and a sense of divine protection. The faith of the people, even if directed towards a fabricated narrative, was real. Their prayers were sincere, and the perceived miracles that followed were, to them, tangible evidence of divine grace. The proliferation of these unsanctified saints and those who suffered martyrdom by mistake ultimately underscores the human element in the construction of religious tradition. It reveals a period where the boundaries between genuine spiritual experience and societal constructs were fluid, and where the need for exemplars, for intermediaries to the divine, could lead to the creation of narratives that transcended the often mundane realities of individual lives. While the story of Eutychus, the accidental saint, offered a comforting vision of holiness found in ordinariness, the tales of those martyred by mistake offer a more cautionary, yet equally compelling, glimpse into the complex and often contradictory world of medieval faith. They remind us that even in the pursuit of the divine, the human capacity for fabrication, for misinterpretation, and for genuine, albeit misplaced, belief played a profound and often pivotal role. The desire for a celestial patron, for a champion in the heavenly court, could lead to the elevation of the truly innocent, the genuinely devout, but also, regrettably, the falsely accused and the inadvertently condemned, their stories woven into the fabric of sainthood through the threads of error and design. The salt spray, once a familiar caress, now felt like a harsh slap against John's weathered face. The stench of brine and blood, a constant companion on the sea serpent, had intensified after the brutal sacking of the coastal village. The plunder was rich, the men's spirits high, but for John, the infamous Iron Hand, a storm was brewing within, not the tempestuous squalls that threatened to splinter his ship, but an internal tempest, a shadow that had begun to creep into the edges of his vision, a tremor that started in his fingertips and spread like wildfire. His life had been a tapestry woven with violence and the stark realities of the unforgiving sea. From a young age, the waves had been his cradle and his battlefield. He'd learned to wield a cutlass before he could properly read, his hands calloused and hardened by the ropes and the relentless grip of a helm. Iron Hand. John was a name whispered in taverns and port towns with a mixture of fear and grudging respect. He was a man who commanded loyalty through sheer force of will and a reputation for ruthlessness that preceded him like a black flag on the horizon. He'd seen men torn apart by cannon fire, swallowed by the churning depths, and lost to the ravages of scurvy and fever, but he had always remained standing, a formidable presence amidst the chaos. Yet this new adversary was different. It offered no visible wound, no tangible enemy to parry. It was a creeping dread, a precursor to something he could not comprehend, much less control. The seizure struck with the suddenness of a rogue wave. One moment, John was overseeing the distribution of the spoils, his voice a gravelly rumble that commanded attention. The next, his vision swam, the world tilting precariously. A profound dizziness washed over him, followed by an involuntary clenching of his jaw, his body rigidifying as if seized by an unseen hand. His eyes rolled back, revealing only the whites, and a guttural cry, unlike anything his crew had ever heard, escaped his lips. His powerful frame, usually so steady and commanding, convulsed violently, his limbs thrashing against the deckboards, his renowned iron hand clenching and unclenching with a terrifying autonomy. It was a spectacle that silenced the jubilant revelry instantly, replacing it with a stunned, fearful silence. His men, hardened by years of brutal combat and the constant proximity of death, stared, transfixed. This was not the controlled aggression of battle, nor the drunken stupor of a shore leave. This was an alien, terrifying display, a visceral demonstration of powerlessness that unnerved them to their core. They had seen men fall in battle, but this was different. It was as if some unseen force had descended upon their captain, shaking him to his very soul. As the violent tremor subsided, leaving John sprawled on the deck, his breath coming in ragged gasps, a hushed awe began to replace the fear. The ship's physician, a grizzled man named Silas, who had patched up more wounds than he cared to remember, cautiously approached. He had seen such episodes before, though rarely with such ferocity. He recognized the signs of epilepsy, a malady that, even in his educated circles, was shrouded in mystery and often attributed to imbalances of the humors, or more disturbingly, to demonic possession. But on this ship, surrounded by men whose beliefs were as wild and untamed as the seas they sailed, Silas knew his learned diagnosis would fall on deaf ears, or worse, be twisted into something far more potent. The immediate aftermath was one of confusion. John, disoriented and weak, struggled to sit up. His men, hesitant at first, then with a growing sense of reverence, surrounded him. They had just witnessed their fearsome captain, a man who had never shown a hint of weakness, brought low by something unseen. And in that moment of vulnerability, a seed of a new narrative began to sprout. He was touched. A young deckhand, no older than 16, exclaimed, his voice cracking with excitement. By the gods, I saw it. A light, a fire in his eyes just before he fell. Another, a burly sailor with a scarred face, nodded vigorously. Aye, and listen to him. He's speaking in tongues, he is. A true sign, I tell you. John, still struggling to regain his faculties, heard their whispers, their fervent pronouncements. He tried to dismiss them, to assert his authority, and demand an explanation for their gawking. But the words coming from his own mouth, though they formed coherent sentences to his ears, sounded strange and resonant to his crew. His voice, usually a gruff command, now carried an unusual cadence, a certain unearthly quality that his men eagerly seized upon. The reality was far more mundane, yet infinitely more profound in its implications for the men of the sea serpent. John had suffered from epilepsy for years, a secret burden he carried with a grim determination to never let it define him. He'd learned to manage the seizures, to anticipate their onset by subtle changes in his perception, and to hide them whenever possible from his crew. He understood it as a weakness, a physical failing that could be exploited by enemies. But on this occasion, the stresses of the raid, the sheer exhaustion, and perhaps the potent mix of celebratory rum had proven too much. However, the sailor's mind, particularly when adrift on the vast and often terrifying expanse of the ocean, was a fertile ground for superstition and the desperate search for meaning. The sea was a capricious mistress, capable of both immense bounty and utter destruction. In such an environment, where the line between life and death was as thin as a sailcloth, any unusual event, any deviation from the ordinary, was scrutinized for divine or demonic influence. John's seizure, occurring in the immediate aftermath of a successful, albeit violent, raid, was ripe for interpretation. The brutal efficiency of their actions, the sheer power they had wielded, combined with their captain's sudden, uncharacteristic incapacitation, created a potent juxtaposition. To his crew, it wasn't a medical affliction, it was a divine visitation. They saw his violent thrashing not as a loss of control, but as a spiritual struggle, a battle waged against unseen forces that had sought to claim their captain. His loss of consciousness was interpreted as his soul being carried away on heavenly currents, his body left behind as a vessel temporarily overcome by the divine intensity. The sailor's world was steeped in a rich tapestry of beliefs that blurred the lines between the sacred and the profane. Every creak of the ship, every strange cloud formation, every unusual catch of fish could be imbued with spiritual significance. Saints were not distant, ethereal figures. They were vital, active participants in the lives of ordinary folk, especially those who lived their lives at the mercy of the elements. They needed patrons, intercessors, who understood the unique perils of their existence, and who better to appeal to than a man who, in their eyes, had just wrestled with the divine and emerged, albeit shaken, from the encounter. Silas, the ship's physician, watched with a mixture of resignation and professional dismay as the narrative took hold. He tried to speak of the humors, of the body's natural functions, but his words were drowned out by the excited pronouncements of the crew. He fought the devil, one sailor declared, his eyes wide, and he won. That's why he's so weak now, spent from the struggle. He's been chosen, another chimed in, his voice filled with conviction. The sea spirits, or maybe even a higher power, they spoke to him, gave him a vision, no doubt. The idea of John, the ruthless pirate captain, as a divinely touched figure, a conduit to the heavens, began to take root with alarming speed. The very violence of the seizure, the uncontrollable nature of his movements, was reinterpreted as a sign of immense spiritual power, a testament to the raw, untamed forces that were believed to be at play in the world. This was not a weakness, it was a manifestation of a higher calling. The superstitions of sailors were not born of ignorance alone, but from a deep-seated need for control in an environment that offered very little. The sea was a realm where human agency was constantly challenged, where survival often depended on a delicate balance of skill, luck, and divine favor. In this context, the extraordinary event of their captain's seizure became a beacon of hope. It suggested that even in their perilous existence, There was a connection to the divine, a possibility of protection that transcended the ordinary means of survival. The legend began to coalesce around specific details. John's involuntary groans were interpreted as prayers or prophecies whispered in a heavenly tongue. The sweat that beaded on his brow was seen not as the result of physical exertion, but as the divine sweat of struggle. His moments of lucidity, when he attempted to regain control, were perceived as him fighting off the lingering effects of the divine encounter, trying to bring the message from on high back to his earthly domain. Even John's name, Iron Hand, took on new significance. It was no longer just a descriptor of his formidable strength. It became a symbol of his unyielding spirit, his ability to grip onto the divine, to hold fast to his faith even when his body betrayed him. As the days turned into weeks and John slowly recovered from the debilitating aftermath of the seizure, the narrative solidified. His crew, eager to venerate their newly appointed saint, began to treat him with a reverence that bordered on worship. They sought his blessings, brought him offerings of the finest plunder, and hung upon his every word, interpreting even his grumbled complaints as pronouncements of divine wisdom. The irony was not lost on Silas, though he remained discreet. He had seen many instances of misinterpretation and fervent belief in his career, but this was perhaps the most extraordinary. A man whose life had been defined by violence and worldly gain was being transformed into a spiritual icon, not through acts of piety or self sacrifice, but through a debilitating medical condition. The very essence of his past deeds, the blood and the plunder, were now being viewed through a new, spiritual lens. The spoils he acquired were seen not as the fruits of piracy, but as offerings to the divine, symbols of his success in battle, both earthly and spiritual. The transformation of John's seizure into a divine visitation was not a singular event, but a process deeply rooted in the cultural and psychological landscape of medieval seafaring life. Sailors were a community set apart, their lives dictated by rhythms alien to those on land. Their constant exposure to the unpredictable forces of nature, their reliance on each other for survival, and their separation from established societal norms fostered a unique worldview. In this world, the boundaries between the natural and the supernatural were fluid, and the need for tangible evidence of divine favor was paramount. The concept of epilepsy itself held a peculiar place in medieval thought. While sometimes feared as demonic possession, it was also, in certain contexts, viewed as a sign of divine affliction or visitation. The inability of the afflicted to control their own bodies was interpreted by some as evidence that they were being used as instruments for a higher power, their bodies temporarily taken over by something greater than themselves. This ambiguous perception of epilepsy provided a perfect canvas for the sailor's interpretation. John, the pirate, became a vessel for their collective desire for protection. He was their earthly anchor in the chaotic expanse of the sea, and now he was also their heavenly connection. His perceived struggle with the divine was seen as a preemptive strike against the dangers that lurked in the depths, a testament that their captain was not only capable of leading them through physical storms, but also spiritual ones. The crew's devotion began to manifest in tangible ways. They would touch his iron hand for good luck before embarking on a raid, believing it to be imbued with his divine strength. They would leave offerings of precious jewels and silks at his cabin door, hoping to earn his spiritual favor. Even his infrequent, perhaps strategically timed moments of quiet contemplation were interpreted as him communing with the heavens, receiving guidance for their future endeavors. The very nature of maritime life, with its long periods of isolation and the constant specter of death, made men highly susceptible to such beliefs. The monotony of the sea could breed an intense introspection, and the ever present danger fostered a deep yearning for supernatural intervention. John, in his transformed state, became the embodiment of that intervention. Silas, observing these developments, began to cautiously document them in his private journals. He saw the raw belief in action, the way a communal need could shape perception and create a new reality. He understood that even if the initial event was a medical crisis, the subsequent interpretation and devotion were undeniably real in their impact on the lives of these men. They found solace, courage, and a sense of purpose in the belief that their captain had been touched by the divine. The legend of Saint Iron Hand John, as he was soon to be known amongst the maritime communities, began to spread. Tales of his miraculous seizure, of his newfound spiritual prowess, traveled from port to port, carried by sailors eager to share the story of their divine captain. It was a narrative that offered a stark contrast to the more formalized sainthoods of the Church, a testament to how faith could bloom in the most unlikely of circumstances, and how the human need for intercession and protection could reframe even the most profound of human vulnerabilities as divine gifts. The sea, in its vastness and mystery, had not only forged Iron Hand John into a fearsome pirate, but had also, in its own wild and unpredictable way, elevated him to the ranks of the unsanctified saints, a testament to the enduring power of belief in the face of the unknown. The chill in the scriptorium of St. Cuthbert's was not merely of the stone walls, perpetually shaded from the midday sun, but of a deeper, more ancient cold that seeped from the very vellum pages and the dust motes dancing in the slivers of light. Brother Thomas, his knuckles white as he gripped his quill, felt it most acutely as he etched the latest entry into the Abbey's chronicle. It was a cold born of revelation, a divine chill that had settled upon their quiet, prayerful existence like a mantle of celestial frost. For within the hallowed, yet surprisingly humble crypt lay a testament to God's favor, a physical manifestation of His grace that defied all earthly understanding. Brother Agnes, Stutter Agnes. The name itself, once a simple marker of a quiet monk who had toiled in the scriptorium and tended the herb garden, now resonated with a profound, almost terrifying significance. He had been a man of simple faith and quiet devotion, his days measured by the chanting of psalms and the meticulous copying of illuminated manuscripts. He had died, as far as anyone could recall, without fanfare, his passing marked by the hushed grief of his brothers, a quiet sigh in the grand tapestry of monastic life. Yet it was not his passing, but his preservation that had set St. Cuthbert's alight with a fervor that outshone the flickering beeswax candles. The discovery had been almost an accident, a consequence of the Abbey's ongoing efforts to reinforce the aging crypt. The elder monks, their faces etched with the wisdom of years, had overseen the task, their movements slow and deliberate. It was during the careful removal of a crumbling stone slab, marking the simple grave of the long-departed Brother Agnes, that the inexplicable had occurred. Instead of the expected earthy scent of decay, A faint, almost ethereal fragrance had wafted upwards, a scent not of death, but of dried herbs and something subtly sweet, like undisturbed incense. And then, as the slab was fully removed, revealing the contents of the simple wooden coffin, a collective gasp had echoed through the crypt, a sound that seemed to momentarily still the very air. There lay Brother Agnes, not as a skeleton picked clean by time and earth, but as he might have appeared in life, albeit a life long past. His skin, though pale and somewhat desiccated, retained a remarkable suppleness. There were no gaping wounds, no signs of putrefaction, no skeletal remnants protruding from what should have been the ravaged flesh. The linen shroud that enfolded him, though stained with the passage of years, was intact, clinging to his form as if it had been placed there only yesterday. Even the fine hairs on his hands and the faint lines on his brow seemed to whisper of a continuity that mocked the natural order of things. Brother Thomas, then a novice, had been present, his heart hammering against his ribs like a trapped bird. He remembered the hushed whispers, the pointing fingers, the way the elder monks, their faces a mixture of awe and disbelief, had cautiously touched the unyielding flesh. It was not cold, as a corpse should be, but possessed a peculiar, almost waxy warmth that sent a shiver down his spine. The abbots, his father in Christ, had been among the first to examine the body, his eyes widening with each passing moment. He had fallen to his knees, his voice trembling as he declared it a miracle, a divine sign of Agnes's exceptional sanctity. The understanding of decomposition in the Middle Ages was a rudimentary affair, heavily influenced by Galenic humoral theory and a healthy dose of religious interpretation. The body, it was believed, was a vessel of humors, blood, phlegm, yellow bile, and black bile, and illness or death resulted from an imbalance of these fluids. Decomposition was seen as the natural, inevitable process of the body's humors, returning to a state of imbalance, breaking down into its constituent parts under the influence of external forces, be it the earth's moisture, the air's corruption, or the slow decay of internal humors. The process was understood as a tangible consequence of Adam's sin, a visible reminder of humanity's fallen state. The very notion of a body resisting this natural progression was therefore nothing short of miraculous. It suggested an intervention, a divine pause in the inevitable march towards oblivion. For the monks of St. Cuthbert's, Brother Agnes's incorruptibility was not a curious anomaly. It was irrefutable proof of his holiness. His unmarred flesh was seen as a testament to a soul so pure, so untainted by sin, that even death could not corrupt the vessel it once inhabited. It was as if God, in his infinite wisdom, had chosen to preserve Agnes's earthly form as a beacon, a physical manifestation of his favor to inspire the faithful and draw them to the sacred ground. The news spread like wildfire through the surrounding countryside. Initially, it was whispered in hushed tones in market squares and taverns, a tantalizing rumor of a miracle at St. Cuthbert's. Then, as more pilgrims arrived, drawn by the promise of witnessing this extraordinary sight, the whispers turned into a chorus of fervent belief. The abbey, once a quiet sanctuary for prayer and scholarship, found itself transformed into a bustling hub of devotion. The monks, initially overwhelmed, soon recognized the profound spiritual and indeed economic implications of their discovery. The crypt, once a place of somber contemplation, became the focal point of the abbey's pilgrimage. Visitors, from humble peasants to wealthy merchants and even minor nobles flocked to St. Cuthbert's, eager to gaze upon the uncorrupted form of Brother Agnes. They came with their ailments, their sins, and their hopes, seeking intercession from this newly recognized saint whose very presence seemed to hold the power to ward off decay and the ravages of time. The monks, under the guidance of the increasingly shrewd Abbot Bartholomew, carefully curated the experience. They constructed a special reliquary, a beautifully crafted wooden structure that allowed pilgrims to view Agnes's body without directly touching it, thus preserving it further and maintaining an air of sacred mystery. The scriptorium, under the direction of Brother Thomas, was tasked with producing pamphlets and devotional texts detailing Agnes's life and the miraculous circumstances of his preservation. These texts, often embellished and filled with accounts of Agnes's piety and God's undeniable favor, fueled the growing legend. Brother Thomas, though a dutiful chronicler, often found himself wrestling with the narrative he was helping to create. He remembered Agnes as a quiet, unassuming man, prone to daydreaming and occasionally losing his place in the scriptures. He recalled a fondness for sweetmeats and a tendency to fall asleep during compline. These were human frailties, not the extraordinary virtues that were now being attributed to him. Yet as he observed the throngs of pilgrims, their faces alight with faith and hope, as they gazed upon Agnes's seemingly ageless form, he could not deny the profound impact of this perceived miracle. The scientific understanding of decomposition, as rudimentary as it was, did acknowledge certain instances where bodies might be preserved for longer periods. The absence of moisture, the presence of certain soils or chemicals, and the rapid cooling of the body could all contribute to a slower rate of decay. However, the complete preservation seen in Brother Agnes was beyond any natural explanation known at the time. The monks attributed it to Agnes's own internal purity, a purity so profound that it repelled the natural processes of decay. They spoke of his soul radiating a protective aura, a divine shield that preserved his earthly remains. Pilgrims would press their hands against the reliquary, their lips moving in silent prayer, convinced that by being in the presence of Agnes's uncorrupted body, they too might receive a measure of his divine favor. They would leave offerings of coins, wax votives, and finely crafted rosaries, each item a tangible expression of their faith and a contribution to the abbey's coffers. The once austere walls of St. Cuthbert's began to gleam with new artworks funded by the influx of pilgrims. New vestments were acquired for the monks, and the abbey's library, already considerable, saw a significant expansion. The priests and monks who attended to the reliquary became adept at interpreting the subtle signs of Agnes's continued sanctity. A faint scent that some perceived as particularly strong on a given day was hailed as a sign of his heightened spiritual presence. The way the light fell upon his face, illuminating certain features, was interpreted as a divine communication, a subtle smile, or a solemn gaze that conveyed a message to the faithful. Brother Thomas, in his meticulous chronicle, recorded these interpretations, always framing them within the context of divine revelation. He noted the increasing numbers of pilgrims, the generous donations, and the palpable sense of awe that permeated the abbey. He also noted, however, the subtle shift in the abbey's atmosphere from one of quiet contemplation to one of fervent, almost commercialized devotion. The phenomenon of incorruptibility while rare, was not entirely unheard of in medieval hagiography. Stories of saints whose bodies remained miraculously preserved for centuries after their death circulated widely, often serving as powerful rallying points for devotion and reinforcing the perceived authenticity of their sanctity. However, the case of Brother Agnes was particularly striking due to the relative obscurity of his life and the unexpected nature of his discovery. He had not been a martyr, nor a renowned preacher, nor a founder of any great order. He had simply been a monk who lived and died in quiet service. The monks of St. Cuthbert's, in their interpretation of Agnes's incorruptibility, were drawing upon a deep seated medieval belief that the physical state of a body after death was a direct reflection of the soul's journey and its standing with God. The absence of decay was seen as a spiritual victory, a sign that the soul had successfully navigated the treacherous passage from life to the afterlife, leaving behind a pristine vessel as a testament to its purity. Brother Thomas, as he dipped his quill into the ink pot, paused. He thought of the world outside the abbey walls, a world of constant struggle and decay where life was often short and brutal. He thought of the hope that the pilgrims found in Agnes's uncorrupted form, a hope that transcended the fear of death and the inevitability of physical decline. Perhaps, he mused, even if Agnes's preservation was not a miracle in the way the pilgrims understood it, it served a vital purpose. It provided a tangible symbol of something enduring, something pure, in a world that often felt fleeting and corrupt. The economic benefits to the abbey were undeniable. The influx of pilgrims brought wealth and influence, elevating St. Cuthbert's from a modest monastic institution to a renowned pilgrimage site. The abbot, ever the pragmatist, ensured that these resources were used to further the abbey's mission, expanding its charitable works and its intellectual endeavors. Yet Brother Thomas couldn't shake the feeling that something of the original sanctity, the quiet humility of Agnes's life, was being overshadowed by the grandeur of his posthumous fame. He continued to write, detailing the growing legend of Brother Agnes, the uncorrupted saint. He described the endless stream of pilgrims, the offerings left at the reliquary, and the increasing fame of St. Cuthbert's. He wrote of the fervent prayers offered, the tears shed in devotion, and the unquestioning faith that Agnes's preserved form inspired. As he penned these words, he was acutely aware that he was not merely documenting an event, but contributing to the construction of a new hagiography, a narrative where the physical reality of a preserved corpse became the ultimate, irrefutable proof of divine grace. The cold he felt was no longer just the chill of the scriptorium. It was the profound, unsettling realization of how easily the natural world could be reinterpreted through the powerful lens of faith and human need. The sanctity of Brother Agnes, as Brother Thomas recorded it, was not a static phenomenon. The very preservation of his earthly form, that defiant stillness against the relentless tide of decay, became a canvas upon which the monks of St. Cuthbert's, and indeed the burgeoning crowds of pilgrims, projected their deepest desires and their most fervent hopes. The initial awe, the quiet reverence that had filled the crypt upon the discovery, had begun to morph, to evolve into something more active, more demanding. The uncorrupted flesh was not merely a passive testament to Agnes's purity, it was a conduit, a powerful instrument through which the divine could be channeled, its blessings distributed. The miracle of Brother Agnes, as it was increasingly termed, was a potent catalyst for the abbey's material well being. The coffers of St. Cuthbert's, once accustomed to the modest offerings of local villagers and the occasional wealthy patron, now swelled with the contributions of pilgrims from distant lands. These were not mere coins dropped into a begging bowl. They were investments in salvation, tokens of gratitude for perceived intercession, and earnest pleas for future divine favor. The monks, guided by the abbot's keen understanding of both spiritual and temporal matters, responded by refining the pilgrimage experience. The reliquary, initially a simple wooden structure, was gradually enhanced. Gilded carvings were added, depicting scenes from Agnes's life as embellished by the scriptorium's narrative. Pillars of polished marble replaced the rough-hewn stone, and rich tapestries, woven with scenes of miraculous healings attributed to Agnes, adorned the abbey walls. Brother Thomas, thus tasked with chronicling these developments, felt a growing unease. His quill, which had once meticulously recorded the quiet rhythm of monastic life, now struggled to keep pace with the frenetic energy of veneration. He wrote of the growing market that sprung up outside the abbey gates, catering to the needs of the pilgrims, food vendors, lodging houses, sellers of devotional trinkets, and even charlatans offering fake Agnes-inspired relics. He documented the increasing number of documented healings, many of which he suspected were the result of fervent belief rather than direct divine intervention, though he dared not voice such skepticism in his chronicle. Yet he also recorded the genuine devotion, the tears of relief from those who claimed to have been cured of ailments, the heartfelt prayers of gratitude from those who felt Agnes's presence in their lives. The invention of saints, while not an overtly acknowledged practice, was a subtle art woven into the fabric of medieval religious life. Monasteries, abbeys, and even individual churches were in constant competition for pilgrims, for patrons, and for the divine favor that such devotion supposedly brought. A significant relic, the tomb of a recognized saint, or even the legend of a local holy figure, could transform a struggling religious house into a prosperous center of pilgrimage. This was not always a case of outright fabrication, though that certainly occurred. More often, it was a process of subtle embellishment, of reinterpretation, and of careful curation of existing stories. Consider, for instance, the case of a humble monk, perhaps one who died without distinction. If his grave happened to be in a location that was geographically advantageous, or if an unusual natural phenomenon occurred near it, the seeds of sainthood could be sown. The community, perhaps facing financial hardship or seeking to bolster its authority in a contested region, might begin to weave a narrative around this individual. His quiet life might be reframed as one of profound hidden piety. His simple acts of charity could be magnified into miraculous interventions. The natural phenomenon, perhaps a peculiar growth of moss or an unusually clear spring, would be reinterpreted as a sign of divine favor, a direct manifestation of the departed monk's holiness. The motivations were multifaceted. Firstly, there was the undeniable economic imperative. Pilgrimage was a significant source of revenue. Churches and abbeys that housed the relics of well-known saints, or whose own local saints had garnered a reputation for miracles, attracted far greater numbers of visitors. These visitors brought alms, donations, and often purchased indulgences or blessed items. The wealth generated could fund repairs, expansions, the acquisition of new manuscripts, and the general upkeep of the monastic community. It allowed them to maintain their scholarly pursuits, their charitable works, and their influence within the wider society. Secondly, there was the aspect of spiritual authority and legitimacy. The possession of a saint's relic or the veneration of a recognized holy figure conferred a certain prestige upon a religious institution. It suggested that God had chosen this particular place as a special conduit for His grace. This could be crucial in disputes over land, tithes, or jurisdictional authority. A saint's endorsement, even if posthumous and indirectly attributed, could lend significant weight to a community's claims. If a local saint was believed to have blessed a particular piece of land or to have intervened in a historical event that benefited the community, it served as a powerful argument for their continued ownership and privileges. Thirdly, there was the desire to bolster the identity and the narrative of the community itself. Inventing a saint or elevating a local figure to a higher status provided a unique identity, a shared history, and a focal point for communal devotion. It created a sense of belonging and a shared purpose among the monks and the local populace. The saint became a patron, a protector, and a symbol of their collective faith and aspirations. The process of inventing a saint was often a gradual one. It began with whispers, with anecdotal evidence of good fortune or minor miracles attributed to the deceased. These stories would be passed down, embellished with each retelling. If the community saw a benefit in cultivating this narrative, it might be formalized. A feast day might be established, prayers composed, and the monk's grave perhaps marked with a more elaborate stone. The scriptorium would play a crucial role, transcribing these stories onto parchment, adding details of piety, asceticism, and divine favor. These written accounts, even if based on scant evidence or pure invention, lent an air of authority and permanence to the emerging legend. In some cases, entirely fictional characters were created. A story might be concocted about a pious hermit who lived in a remote cave, or a devout maiden who met a tragic yet holy end. These figures would be given believable backgrounds, often tied to local geography or historical events. Their lives would be filled with exemplars of virtue and accounts of miraculous deeds, designed to inspire devotion and attract pilgrims. The more elaborate and compelling the narrative, the more likely it was to gain traction. The wild accusations mentioned in the chapter title could refer to the less savory aspects of this practice. Sometimes, the creation of a saint was not about genuine piety, but about outright fraud. In cases where a community needed a powerful relic to attract pilgrims and generate revenue, they might resort to fabricating entire identities and miracle stories. This could involve the deliberate misattribution of existing relics or the creation of entirely new found relics, perhaps a bone fragment presented as belonging to a non existent martyr, or a piece of cloth claimed to have been worn by a forgotten saint. The church hierarchy, while nominally responsible for the canonization of saints, often had limited oversight over local veneration practices, especially in the early medieval period. The sheer number of local cults and the difficulty of verifying all claims meant that many figures were venerated for centuries without official ecclesiastical approval. This allowed considerable latitude for communities to promote their own holy figures, often with the tacit approval or at least the willful ignorance, of regional bishops who might also benefit from the increased traffic and income. Brother Thomas, poring over the chronicles of other abbeys, would sometimes find tantalizing hints of this invention process. He'd read accounts of saints whose miraculous deeds seemed suspiciously convenient, or whose lives were described with an almost too perfect adherence to hagiographical tropes. He'd noted how certain abbeys experienced a sudden surge in popularity and prosperity after discovering a new relic or recognizing a previously unknown holy figure. These observations fueled his internal conflict, his struggle to reconcile the devout faith he witnessed with the pragmatic and sometimes manipulative realities of the medieval church. The allure of Brother Agnes's incorruptibility was a powerful force. It offered tangible proof of divine favor in a world often characterized by hardship and uncertainty. The monks of St. Cuthbert's, in their carefully crafted narrative, presented Agnes not just as a holy man, but as a celestial intermediary, one whose preserved body was a constant reminder of God's power to transcend the natural order. This message resonated deeply with a populace that lived in the shadow of disease, famine, and war. The hope of experiencing a miracle, of being touched by the divine through Agnes's uncorrupted presence, was a potent draw. The scriptorium, under Brother Thomas's reluctant stewardship, became the engine of Agnes's ascendancy. He was tasked with producing devotional pamphlets, richly illustrated with woodcuts depicting Agnes in pious contemplation, performing acts of healing, or receiving divine visions. These pamphlets were distributed to pilgrims, carried back to their homes, and read aloud in villages and towns, further spreading the legend. He also wrote longer, more detailed biographies, weaving in accounts of Agnes's supposed humility, his profound empathy for the poor, and his unwavering devotion to God. These narratives were carefully constructed to align with established hagiographical conventions, ensuring that Agnes would be recognized and accepted as a true saint. The economic benefits were, of course, substantial. The influx of pilgrims meant a significant increase in the abbey's income. This wealth allowed for the acquisition of more land, the renovation of the abbey buildings, and the support of a larger monastic community. It also enhanced the abbey's prestige, attracting more learned monks and securing its position as an important religious and cultural center. The abbot, Brother Bartholomew, was a shrewd administrator, and he ensured that these new resources were managed effectively, further solidifying St. Cuthbert's position of influence. However, the subtle shift in the abbey's character did not go unnoticed by Brother Thomas. The quiet reverence of the scriptorium was often punctuated by the boisterous arrival of pilgrim groups. The chanting of plainsong was frequently accompanied by the murmur of countless voices offering prayers to Agnes. The air, once filled with the scent of ink and aging parchment, now carried the mingled aromas of incense, candle wax, and the sweat of weary travelers. The very purpose of the abbey seemed to be shifting from a sanctuary of prayer and study to a commercialized hub of pilgrimage. He often found himself reflecting on the nature of faith and the human need for tangible evidence of the divine. The uncorrupted body of Brother Agnes, whether a genuine miracle or a fortunate anomaly, provided that evidence. It was a physical anchor for faith, a solid, undeniable presence in a world that often felt ephemeral and uncertain. The pilgrims saw in Agnes's preserved form a promise of eternal life, a victory over death and decay. They saw a reflection of their own aspirations for purity and salvation. The monks who attended the reliquary became adept at interpreting the subtle nuances of Agnes's appearance. A faint scent, perceived as particularly strong on certain days, was interpreted as Agnes communicating his presence. The way the light caught his face was seen as a divine smile or a solemn gaze, offering guidance or reassurance. These interpretations, meticulously recorded by Brother Thomas, further fueled the legend, providing a continuous stream of evidence of Agnes's ongoing sanctity. Brother Thomas, however, remained a chronicler of truth, albeit a truth increasingly colored by faith and necessity. He continued to document the growing fame of Brother Agnes, the unwavering devotion of the pilgrims, and the undeniable prosperity that had descended upon St. Cuthbert's. He wrote of the hope that Agnes's uncorrupted form inspired, the solace it provided to the afflicted, and the unwavering belief that his intercession could bring about miraculous change. Yet beneath the surface of his meticulously crafted prose lay a persistent question. How much of this was divine intervention, and how much was the product of human ingenuity, faith, and the timeless desire for something to believe in? The cold in the scriptorium, he realized, was the chill of ambiguity, the unsettling awareness that the lines between the miraculous and the man-made were often blurred, especially when prophet and piety walked hand in hand. The veneration of Brother Agnes, he suspected, was a testament to the profound human need to find the sacred in the earthly, to imbue the ordinary with extraordinary meaning, and in doing so, to shape not only their spiritual lives, but also their very material reality. The continued success of St. Cuthbert's was a testament to this enduring human impulse, a testament to the power of a well-crafted story and the potent allure of a saint, however he came to be. The wind, carrying the scent of damp earth and wild thyme, whispered across the rolling hills of what would become known as the lands of St. Cuthbert. Here, before the stone walls of any abbey rose to greet the sky, lived a man named Finian. His name, though not etched in the grand illuminated manuscripts of later centuries, was sung in hushed tones around hearth fires and carried on the breath of shepherds who remembered a time when the wild and the tame danced a more harmonious step. Finian was a shepherd, yes, but his flock was not merely wool and bleeding mouths. It was the very pulse of the land, the rustle of leaves, the scurrying of field mice, the soaring of hawks against an indifferent sky. Finian's connection to the animal kingdom was not a matter of learned incantations or fervent prayers to a distant god. It was an innate understanding, a silent language spoken between his soul and the souls of the creatures around him. When he walked his pastures, his staff a simple branch of hawthorn, the sheep did not merely follow, they surged towards him, a tide of soft wool and trusting eyes, nuzzling his weathered hands as if he were their mother. They sought his presence, not just for safety from the wolf's tooth, but for a deeper comfort, a reassurance that flowed from his very being. The lambs, still unsteady on their legs, would butt against his knees with a boldness that surprised even the seasoned farmers of the region. They sensed no threat, no predatory instinct, only a benevolent guardian. This rapport extended beyond the domesticated. One could, on occasion, witness a remarkable sight: wild deer, their coats dappled with the sunlight filtering through the ancient oaks, would graze placidly beside Finian's own flock, their large, liquid eyes, usually so quick to register alarm and flee, would remain fixed on him with a curious calmness. They did not bolt when he approached. Instead, they might lift their heads, twitch an ear, and then return to their browsing, accepting his presence as naturally as they accepted the dew-kissed grass. It was as if the very air around Finian held a calming influence, a balm that soothed the natural wariness of the wild. Even the apex predators, the wolves that were the bane of every shepherd's existence, seemed to hold Finian in a strange, almost respectful regard. There were tales, whispered with a mixture of awe and disbelief, of Finian encountering a wolf pack on the hunt. Instead of drawing his crook to defend his flock, he would simply stand his ground, his gaze steady. The wolves, their muscles bunched, their hackles raised, would pause, their predatory intent, so primal and unyielding, seemed to falter in his presence. They would sniff the air, a low growl rumbling in their chests, but they would not advance. Some accounts even spoke of them turning and melting back into the shadows of the forest, leaving Finian and his flock undisturbed. It was not fear that deterred them, the storytellers insisted, but something akin to recognition, a grudging acknowledgement of a different kind of power. This affinity with the natural world was not viewed as a mere curiosity or a fortunate quirk of personality in the early Christian communities of Britain. These were lands steeped in older traditions, where the boundaries between the human and the animal, the sacred and the mundane, were far more fluid. Animistic beliefs, the understanding that spirits inhabited all aspects of nature, trees, rivers, rocks, and indeed the creatures that roamed the land, still held a powerful sway. The arrival of Christianity did not erase these deeply ingrained ways of seeing the world. Rather, it often blended with them, reinterpreting the old through the lens of the new faith. A man like Finian, who could command the respect of a wolf or soothe a skittish deer, was not seen as simply skilled with animals. He was seen as blessed, as touched by a divine grace that allowed him to transcend the natural order, or rather, to align himself perfectly with it. His connection to the animals was a tangible manifestation of God's favor, a sign that he lived in such profound harmony with creation that even its wildest elements recognized his sanctity. In a world where harshness and survival were often paramount, Finian's gentleness, his ability to foster trust and respect in creatures that were naturally feared, was a profound testament to a higher power. The narrative of Finian, though perhaps not recorded in official church annals with the same gravitas as the miracles of a martyr, formed a vital thread in the tapestry of folk belief that underpinned the burgeoning Christianity of these islands. It spoke of a different kind of sainthood, one rooted in the quiet rhythms of the earth, in the unspoken communion between man and beast. These were the saints who heard the whispers of the wind and understood the silent language of the wild, their holiness expressed not through fiery martyrdoms or spectacular visions, but through a profound and abiding peace that extended to all living things. The folklore surrounding such figures often attributed their gifts to a deep humility and a rejection of worldly ambition. They were men and women who found God not in the gilded halls of power or the intellectual debates of scholars, but in the quiet solitude of nature. Their prayers were the songs of birds, their meditation the patient observation of a fox slinking through the undergrowth. This immersion in the natural world was believed to purify the soul, stripping away the vanities of human society and revealing the pure essence of divine love. The animistic past, with its belief in nature spirits, provided fertile ground for these interpretations. When Christianity arrived, these spirits were often recontextualized. A spirit that was once propitiated for good fortune in the hunt might now be seen as a manifestation of God's benevolent will, channeled through a devout human intermediary. Finian's ability to influence animals could be seen as a miraculous power bestowed upon him by a God who was immanent in all creation, not just transcendent and distant. The seamlessness of his interactions with the wild animals suggested a divine sanction, a spiritual authority that commanded respect even from the untamed. This was particularly significant in the Celtic lands, where the natural landscape was often perceived as inherently sacred. The ancient forests, the rugged mountains, the wild seas, all were imbued with a spiritual significance that predated Christianity. Early missionaries and converts often found that their faith resonated most deeply when it acknowledged and incorporated these pre existing beliefs. Instead of eradicating the old ways of seeing the world, they sought to Christianize them, to reinterpret them as expressions of God's glory and love. The animal kingdom, with its raw beauty and untamed spirit, held a special place in this worldview. Creatures were not merely resources or hindrances, they were fellow inhabitants of God's creation, possessing their own intrinsic value and purpose. A saint who demonstrated a deep empathy and understanding for these creatures was, in essence, demonstrating a profound understanding of God's creation itself. They were living embodiments of the biblical injunction to be good stewards of the earth, to care for all that God had made. The story of Finian, passed down through generations, served as a powerful example. It reinforced the idea that true holiness could be found in unexpected places, far from the formal structures of the church. It celebrated a spirituality that was deeply connected to the earth, to the cycles of nature, and to the shared existence of all living beings. This resonated with the common folk, the farmers and shepherds, whose lives were inextricably linked to the land and its creatures. For them, Finian was not an abstract figure of theological debate. He was a relatable embodiment of a faith that could be lived out in the everyday realities of tending flocks and navigating the wild. The chroniclers, who would later attempt to formalize the lives of saints, might have struggled to fit Finian into their established hagiographical molds. Where were the dramatic persecutions, the accounts of martyrdom, the documented miracles performed through enshrined relics? Finian's miracles were quiet, gentle occurrences woven into the fabric of his daily life. They were the silent testament of a man who lived in accordance with a higher, more natural law. Yet these very qualities made him a potent figure in the popular imagination, a saint whose story offered a different, perhaps more accessible path to spiritual understanding. The practice of venerating saints who had a particular affinity with animals was not unique to the British Isles, though its expression here was deeply colored by the region's rich tapestry of folklore. Across Christendom, similar figures emerged, each reflecting the specific cultural and environmental context in which they lived. In the Mediterranean world, saints might be depicted with birds or domestic animals, while in the colder, wilder north, The connection with wolves, deer, and even bears became more prominent. The very act of a shepherd like Finian being recognized, even in the unwritten histories of the common people, for his extraordinary connection with his flock and the wild animals around him, speaks volumes about the prevailing spiritual landscape. It suggests that the early Christian communities were not solely focused on abstract theological doctrines or the relics of distant martyrs. They also looked for signs of God's presence in the tangible world, in the goodness and harmony that could be found when humans lived in respectful relationship with creation. The wildness that Finian seemingly tamed was not truly subdued, but rather understood. The wolves that turned away from his path were not broken in spirit, but perhaps acknowledged a force that was stronger than their own predatory drive, a force that was, in its own way, a reflection of divine order. This understanding of divine presence within the natural world, this belief that harmony with creation was a path to holiness, was a crucial element of how Christianity took root in lands that had their own ancient and potent connections to the earth. Finian's legacy, therefore, was not one of grand pronouncements or documented miracles that could be catalogued and verified by ecclesiastical authorities. His legacy was etched in the shared memory of the land, in the stories told by those who still looked to the hills and the forests for meaning and for connection. It was a legacy of quiet harmony, of a gentle power that could bridge the divide between the domestic and the wild, a reminder that the divine could be found not only in the sacred texts and the hallowed halls of churches, but also in the trusting gaze of a sheep, the silent passage of a deer, and the respectful turning of a wolf's head. He was a shepherd, yes, but his flock was the world, and his gift was the profound, unspoken language of love and respect that bound all living things. This connection, this seemingly simple rapport with the animal kingdom, was elevated in the minds of the people to a form of spiritual grace, a tangible sign of God's favor bestowed upon one who lived in true accord with his creation. The land itself seemed to bear witness to his sanctity, offering up its creatures as silent testament to the shepherd's extraordinary bond with the natural world, a bond that transcended the ordinary and touched upon the divine. It was a profound understanding that in tending to the needs of his flock and in living in harmony with the wild inhabitants of his world, Finian was, in fact, tending to the very heart of creation, mirroring the divine love that encompassed all beings. The divine conversation, however, was not solely conducted through the silent communion of shepherds with their flocks, nor solely through the powerful allure that drew wild creatures to a saintly presence. Another facet of this complex interplay between the sacred and the animal kingdom manifested in the sky, in the graceful arc of wings, and in the seemingly innocent flutter of feathers. Birds, those ephemeral beings that bridge the earth and the heavens, became potent symbols, conduits of divine will, and even companions in the fervent quest for spiritual enlightenment. Their presence was not merely incidental, it was often imbued with profound meaning, woven into the very fabric of hagiographical narratives that shaped the spiritual landscape of the medieval mind. Consider, for instance, the life of Alara, an anchoress whose chosen hermitage was a small cell, a place of profound solitude and unwavering devotion. Her world was circumscribed by stone walls, her outward life pared down to the essentials of prayer, fasting, and contemplation. Yet within this austere existence, a remarkable visitor would frequently appear, a visitor that seemed to transcend the mundane boundaries of her secluded existence. It was a dove, pure white, its plumage a stark contrast against the rough hewn stones of her cell, and it became an almost constant presence in her life. This was no ordinary bird, content with scavenging for crumbs. It was a creature seemingly drawn by the magnetic force of Alara's piety, a visitor that arrived not by chance, but as if summoned by the very fervor of her devotion. The white dove became inextricably linked to Alara's spiritual journey. It would often alight upon her shoulder as she knelt in prayer, its delicate weight a tangible yet ethereal connection to the divine. Some accounts, passed down through generations, spoke of the bird remaining with her for hours, a silent witness to her fervent supplications. In moments of particular spiritual intensity, when Alara's prayers were at their most heartfelt, the dove would coo softly, a sound that to those who knew of her was interpreted not as a mere avian utterance, but as an echo of heaven, a confirmation that her prayers were indeed reaching their celestial destination. It was as if the bird itself was a vessel, carrying her whispered entreaties on its gentle wings, ascending with her spiritual aspirations towards the very throne of God. This frequent, almost intimate companionship was not overlooked by the faithful. The dove's presence was universally understood as a sign, a celestial messenger. Its arrival, its unwavering faithfulness to Alara's side, suggested a direct line of communication between the anchoress and the divine realm. In a world where direct divine intervention was often sought and revered, Ilara's white dove was a potent symbol of God's favor, a visible manifestation of his grace and attention to a humble servant. The bird became a visual metaphor for the soul's purity, its whiteness mirroring the unblemished nature of Ilara's devotion, untainted by worldly concerns. The imagery of birds, particularly doves, as symbols of divine communication and spiritual purity, was deeply rooted in earlier Christian traditions and ancient symbolism. The dove in the Old Testament famously carried an olive branch to Noah, signifying peace and the end of God's wrath, a promise of a new beginning. Later, in the New Testament, the dove descended upon Jesus at his baptism, representing the Holy Spirit, the divine presence made manifest. These deeply ingrained associations lent immediate and profound meaning to Alara's avian companion. The dove was not just a bird, it was a living embodiment of the Holy Spirit, guiding and affirming Alara's path. Hagiographical literature, the collection of lives of saints, is replete with instances where birds play a significant role in the narratives of the holy. These feathered creatures were rarely depicted as mere background elements. Instead, they were often active participants, their actions and presence imbued with symbolic weight. They could signify the purity of the saint's soul, their flight representing the soul's eventual ascent to heaven. They could act as messengers, delivering divine pronouncements or warnings. They could even offer practical assistance, bringing food or acting as guardians, demonstrating God's providential care through his creatures. Consider the legend of Saint Columba, the Irish missionary who played a pivotal role in the spread of Christianity in Scotland. Stories abound of his interactions with birds. One often recounted tale tells of him rebuking a raven that had stolen a piece of parchment from him. Instead of merely wishing the bird ill fortune, Columba commanded the raven to return the stolen item and to never again steal from him. The raven astonishingly obeyed, dropping the parchment at his feet. This narrative highlights not only Columba's authority over creation, a reflection of divine power, but also the nuanced understanding of animal behavior. It wasn't about dominion in a cruel sense, but a righteous order where even the wild creatures respected the sanctity of God's chosen servants. Another instance associated with Columba involves a swan. He is said to have encountered a swan caught in a fishing net, and rather than simply freeing it, he engaged in a conversation with the bird, learning of its distress and its desire to return to its home. He then released it, and the swan, as a gesture of gratitude or perhaps divine acknowledgement, flew in circles above him before departing. These stories, whether literal historical accounts or allegorical representations, underscore a consistent theme: the recognition of an intrinsic connection between the holy life and the natural world, with birds often serving as intermediaries or witnesses. The presence of birds in the lives of saints also served to elevate the spiritual significance of the natural world itself. In a time when the Church was establishing its doctrines and structures, the integration of nature into the narrative of holiness reinforced the idea that God's presence was not confined to churches and liturgical rites. It was manifest in the flight of a falcon, the song of a nightingale, or the gentle flutter of a dove's wings. These were not mere creatures of instinct. They were part of God's creation, and their interactions with the holy were seen as affirmations of a divinely ordered universe. The specific symbolism of the dove in relation to female saints and mystics was particularly potent. Its association with peace, gentleness, and purity made it a fitting emblem for women who embodied these virtues in their spiritual lives. For an anchoress like Alara, whose life was one of deep interiority and silent communion, the dove became a perfect externalization of her inner state. The bird's quiet presence, its non intrusive companionship, mirrored the stillness and serenity Alara cultivated within herself. When the dove perched on her shoulder, it was as if her very prayers were being physically adorned, made visible and tangible through this celestial adornment. The concept of avian omens extended beyond mere symbolism. In popular belief, the arrival and behavior of certain birds could be interpreted as direct messages from the divine. A bird entering a church, for instance, might be seen as an omen, its species and actions dictating whether the message was one of good fortune, warning, or divine favor. For a solitary figure like Alara, whose external world was so limited, these avian visitors were crucial points of connection, offering a sense of reassurance and divine affirmation. The white dove's persistent presence with Alara was also a testament to the devotional practice itself. In a world where sustained prayer and contemplation were arduous tasks, often fraught with doubt and spiritual dryness, the visible manifestation of divine favor through the dove served as a powerful encouragement. It told those who knew of Alara's life that her efforts were not in vain, that her devotion was seen and appreciated by a higher power. The bird was a living testament to the efficacy of her prayers, a constant reminder that her efforts to draw closer to God were reciprocated. Furthermore, the very nature of Alara's chosen path as an anchoress meant that her interactions with the physical world were minimal. Her prayers and meditations were her primary means of engaging with the divine. The dove's visits provided a tangible, albeit mediated interaction. It was a bridge between her internal spiritual world and the external realm of creation. The bird's ability to move freely between the heavens and the earth made it an ideal symbol for this liminal space, the space where the divine touched the mortal. The narratives of saints and their avian companions also served to humanize the often austere figures of holiness. While their lives were dedicated to the divine, these stories of interaction with animals, like Finian's rapport with wolves or Ilara's dove, added a layer of relatable charm and wonder. It demonstrated that even the most devout individuals were still part of the natural world, and that their holiness did not alienate them from creation, but rather deepened their connection to it. The dove, in Alara's case, provided a gentle, comforting presence, a softness in a life often characterized by hardship and self denial. The symbolic resonance of the dove as a representation of the soul's ascent was particularly poignant for figures like Ilara, who lived in anticipation of their heavenly reward. As she prayed, her soul, like the dove, was seen to be taking flight, soaring towards the divine. The bird's presence was a constant reminder of this ultimate goal, a tangible representation of the spiritual journey. It was a visual cue that reinforced the purpose and meaning behind her solitary existence. The stories of Alara and her dove, therefore, contributed to a broader understanding of sainthood that encompassed a deep and often miraculous relationship with the animal kingdom. It suggested that God's grace could manifest in myriad ways, and that even the smallest creatures could be instruments of His will. This perspective resonated deeply with the common people, for whom the natural world was an ever present reality. The idea that a dove could carry prayers, or that a wolf might respect a shepherd, was more accessible and understandable than abstract theological doctrines. It provided a more tangible, earthbound connection to the divine. The enduring image of the white dove, perched on the shoulder of a praying anchoress, became a powerful icon of spiritual purity and divine communion. It spoke of a profound intimacy between the human soul and the divine, facilitated by the innocent grace of a feathered messenger. This symbolism enriched the tapestry of medieval spirituality, demonstrating that the path to holiness could be walked with gentle companionship, and that the heavens could indeed whisper their secrets through the soft cooing of a dove. The bird, in its simple existence, became a profound testament to the interconnectedness of all creation under God, a living embodiment of the prayers that ascended from a heart devoted to divine love. The dove was not merely an observer, it was an active participant in the spiritual drama, a quiet witness whose presence affirmed the reality of Alara's faith and the potent reality of the divine embrace within her solitary life. Its plumage, a beacon of celestial purity, mirrored the unblemished devotion of the anchoress, serving as a constant, visible reassurance of her unwavering commitment and the divine favor it garnered. The tapestry of medieval spirituality, while often woven with threads of gentle doves and harmonious flocks, also contained vibrant, electrifying patterns depicting encounters with the wild and the formidable. These were not tales of pastoral serenity, but of raw, primal encounters, where the boundary between man and beast blurred and the very essence of divine power was tested against the untamed spirit of creation. The narratives that emerged from these confrontations spoke not only of the saintly individual's courage and faith, but also of a profound cosmic order where even the most fearsome creatures acknowledged a higher authority. Consider the often repeated, though perhaps embellished, accounts of ascetics who found themselves face to face with creatures that struck terror into the hearts of ordinary men and women. Lions, with their thundering roars and razor sharp claws, were the quintessential symbols of raw power and untamed ferocity. Yet, in the hagiographical accounts, these magnificent predators often became docile lambs in the presence of God's chosen. It was not through brute force or clever trickery that these saints achieved such mastery, but through an unwavering inner peace, a spiritual authority that radiated outwards and resonated with the primal instincts of the beast. The lion, in its wildness, represented a potent metaphor for the sinful desires, the unruly passions, and the inherent chaos that lurked within the human heart and in the world at large. To tame the lion was, in essence, to demonstrate the triumph of spiritual discipline over carnal nature, of divine order over primal disorder. One such narrative, passed down through generations, spoke of a desert hermit known only by his devotion to solitude and prayer, who lived in a cave rumored to be the lair of a particularly savage lion. The local villagers, living in fear of the beast, warned the hermit away, but he, with a gentle smile and a steadfast gaze, refused to be moved. He saw the lion not as a threat, but as another of God's creatures, perhaps even a creature longing for the same peace that he himself sought. When the lion finally appeared, its mane bristling, its eyes burning with a primal hunger, the hermit did not cower. Instead, he knelt, not in supplication to the beast, but in prayer to his Creator. He extended a hand, not in aggression, but in an offering of peace. The lion, accustomed to fear and aggression, was utterly disarmed by this unexpected gentleness. It approached, sniffed the outstretched hand, and then, in a gesture that defied all natural law, lay down at the hermit's feet, its mighty head resting upon the saintly man's sandals. This was not a subjugation born of fear, but a recognition of a power greater than its own, a power that resided not in tooth and claw, but in the profound serenity of a soul aligned with the divine. The lion's gentle paw, resting upon the hermit's worn robe, became a symbol of the peace that Christ promised, a peace that could even disarm the most ferocious of earthly creatures. These tales were not merely fanciful embellishments, they served a crucial purpose in the medieval understanding of faith and divine power. They provided tangible proof that the divine could indeed conquer the seemingly unconquerable. In a world often beset by hardship, disease, and the ever present threat of violence, such stories offered solace and hope. They suggested that through unwavering faith, individuals could overcome not only their internal struggles, but also the external dangers that plagued their lives. The saint who could command a lion to heal was a living embodiment of the promise that nothing shall be impossible with God. The symbolism of the lion in Christian tradition is rich and multifaceted, stretching back to its Old Testament associations. The tribe of Judah was likened to a lion's cub, and Christ himself was referred to as the Lion of the tribe of Judah, signifying his kingly authority and his ultimate victory over sin and death. Therefore, when a saint tamed a lion, they were in a sense enacting Christ's own dominion over the forces of darkness and chaos. They were demonstrating that the spiritual authority bestowed by God was so profound that it could even influence the natural world at its most savage level. Beyond the lion, tales of saints befriending or pacifying other formidable creatures abounded. The serpent, a potent symbol of temptation, deception, and the devil himself, was another adversary that many holy figures were said to have mastered. The legend of Saint Patrick, famously driving the snakes from Ireland, while a powerful allegorical representation of the triumph of Christianity over paganism, also echoes in more literal accounts of individual saints who encountered venomous serpents and emerged unharmed, often with the serpent coiled peacefully at their feet, or even acting as a docile companion. One apocryphal account tells of Saint Macarius the Egyptian, a desert ascetic renowned for his extreme penances and his deep communion with God. While meditating in the desolate wilderness, he encountered a viper, its scales gleaming with a deadly sheen, its forked tongue flicking ominously. Instead of fleeing or attempting to kill the creature, Macarius greeted it with a calm reverence. He saw in the serpent a fellow creature, subject to the same divine providence. He spoke to it, not with words of threat, but with words of spiritual encouragement, reminding it of its place in God's creation and its inherent vulnerability without divine protection. The serpent, which would have struck any other mortal creature without hesitation, seemed to be soothed by the saint's gentle voice and unwavering aura. It coiled itself around his arm, its cold scales a stark contrast to the warmth of his flesh, and remained there, a silent, unmoving presence, for the duration of his prayer. When Macarius finished his devotions, he gently released the serpent, which then slithered away, not with its usual stealthy menace, but with a seeming reluctance, as if leaving a cherished protector. This narrative highlights the medieval belief that even the most venomous aspects of creation could be rendered harmless by a truly sanctified life. The serpent, representing temptation, was thus shown to be powerless against the purity of a saint's soul. These encounters were not isolated incidents, but rather recurring motifs in the hagiographical tradition. They served as powerful didactic tools, illustrating the transformative power of faith. For the common man who lived in constant proximity to the wild and the unpredictable, these stories offered a sense of security. They assured him that God's protection extended even to the darkest and most dangerous corners of the world, and that the righteous could find refuge even in the jaws of danger. The saint who could walk among lions and serpents was a beacon of hope, a testament to the fact that the spiritual realm possessed a power that transcended the physical. The symbolic weight of these animal encounters cannot be overstated. They were not simply acts of divine intervention, they were affirmations of a divinely ordained hierarchy. The saint, by demonstrating mastery over the wild, was asserting humanity's rightful place as stewards of creation, a dominion granted by God. This was not a dominion of exploitation or cruelty, but one of benevolent authority, where even the fiercest creatures recognized the inherent goodness and divine presence within the saint. The gentle paw of the lion, the docile coil of the serpent, these were not signs of the beast's unnatural submission, but of its natural, divinely appointed respect for those who truly embodied God's will. The stories also tapped into a deep seated human fascination with the primal and the unknown. The wild, with its untamed power and its potential for both beauty and terror, held a powerful allure. By depicting saints as capable of taming these forces, hagiography offered a way for people to engage with these aspects of the world vicariously through the lens of faith. The fear that the lion's roar or the serpent's hiss would evoke in the viewer was momentarily suspended, replaced by awe at the saint's ability to transform terror into tranquility. This transformed fear into a form of reverence, a recognition of the divine power that lay beneath the surface of the natural world. Furthermore, these narratives contributed to the perception of saints as possessing an almost otherworldly aura. Their ability to interact with dangerous animals without harm suggested that they were not entirely bound by the same physical limitations as ordinary mortals. They moved in a spiritual sphere that rendered them impervious to earthly dangers. This elevated them in the eyes of the faithful, positioning them as intermediaries between the human and the divine, individuals who could bridge the gap between the mundane and the miraculous. The act of taming the wild was therefore a multifaceted concept. It was a demonstration of personal piety and spiritual strength, a symbol of Christ's ultimate victory over evil, a source of comfort and security for the faithful, and an expression of humanity's divinely ordained role as stewards of creation. The lion, the serpent, and other formidable creatures became not just animals, but living embodiments of the challenges and temptations that humanity faced. Through the extraordinary lives of the saints, these challenges were shown to be surmountable and the temptations to be conquerable, all through the unwavering power of faith and the gentle yet absolute authority of God. The lion's gentle paw, extended in submission, was a profound testament to the universe's inherent response to true sanctity, a powerful reminder that even the wildest hearts could be calmed by the touch of divine grace. The harsh realities of the sea, John had learned, did not cease with the cessation of piracy. While the clang of steel and the cries of terrified men were no longer the soundtrack to his days, the ocean still held its dominion, its power to both give and take. After the violent climax of his reformation, the sea that had once been his hunting ground became his confessional, the waves washing away not just the salt and spray, but the grime of his former life. He had, in a manner of speaking, traded his cutlass for a crowbar, his broadsword for a lifeline. The sheer brutality of his past life had paradoxically forged in him a deep empathy for those who suffered the ocean's wrath. Shipwrecked sailors, tossed upon unfamiliar shores or clinging desperately to splintered remnants of their vessels, became the focus of his newfound purpose. He was no longer a predator of the seas, but a guardian, a shepherd of those lost and found in its unforgiving embrace. His transformation was not a solitary affair. Upon the rugged coasts, where his ship, the Sea Serpent, had finally met its ignominious end, John found a peculiar and to many unsettling companion. It was a sea lion, a creature of immense power and sleek, dark beauty, though this particular specimen bore the mark of a life lived as fiercely as John's own. One of its eyes, a swirling orb of dark, intelligent life, was missing, leaving a scarred, vacant socket that lent it a fierce, almost mournful countenance. This one-eyed mariner of the depths, whom John affectionately, if privately, referred to as Cyclops, seemed to possess an uncanny prescience for disaster. It would appear, often with a guttural bark that echoed across the waves whenever a vessel was in peril. Its presence, at first, was a source of deep suspicion amongst the villagers who witnessed it. A creature of the wild, so often associated with danger, and the untamed now seemingly allied with a former pirate. It defied the natural order as they understood it. Yet John, with his gruff but now undeniably gentle demeanor, seemed to share a silent understanding with the beast. He would often be seen walking along the shoreline, the one eyed sea lion trotting faithfully by his side, its flippers leaving wet impressions in the sand. It was as if the creature, in its own wild way, recognized the sea's potential for destruction, and having witnessed John's own conversion from destroyer to protector, had chosen to align itself with his new cause. When the telltale signs of a storm began to brew, or when the distant cries of drowning men carried on the wind, it was Cyclops who would often be the first to alert John. A series of sharp, resonant barks, a flick of its powerful tail, and John would be galvanized into action, organizing rescue efforts with a speed and efficiency born of his intimate knowledge of the sea's treacherous moods. The narrative surrounding John's post piracy life quickly began to weave a new legend, one that placed this unlikely alliance at its very heart. The former scourge of the shipping lanes, now a beacon of hope for the very people he once preyed upon, was a potent symbol of redemption. But it was the presence of the one eyed sea lion that elevated his story from mere repentance to something far more profound. It was seen as a tangible sign, a divine endorsement of his transformed life. How else could one explain the unwavering loyalty and seemingly supernatural awareness of this wild creature? The sermons and tales began to speak of John as one chosen by God, not only to repent his sins, but to be a vessel through which divine mercy could manifest, even through the most unexpected of companions. The Church, ever keen to find and promote exemplars of faith, found in John and his sea lion a particularly compelling narrative. Here was a man who had lived a life steeped in violence and transgression, a man whose very nickname, Iron Hand John, spoke of a ruthless and unyielding nature. Yet he had not only turned his back on his wicked ways, but had embraced a life of selfless service. And what better testament to the depth of his conversion than the unwavering fidelity of a creature of the deep, a creature that by all accounts should have remained wild and untamed, indifferent to human suffering? The sea lion, with its missing eye, became a mirror to John's own past, a life lived with a clouded vision, a blindness to moral truth now cleared by the grace of God. The scar that marked its face was not a blemish, but a testament to its own survival, its own resilience, and by extension, John's. The stories would often begin with the tempest, the ship battling against waves that rose like angry titans. The wind would howl, tearing at the sails, and the timbers would groan under the immense pressure. In the midst of this chaos, as despair began to grip the hearts of the sailors, a familiar silhouette would appear in the churning water. The one-eyed sea lion, swimming with powerful, rhythmic strokes, would approach the struggling vessel. It would circle the ship, its single eye fixed, as if assessing the direness of the situation. Then it would often swim towards the shore, its movements surprisingly direct, as if leading someone or something to safety. And there, waiting on the beach, would be John, alerted by the sea lion's earlier distress signals. He would organize the local fishermen, readying their small, sturdy boats, his own weathered hands expertly guiding their efforts. There were accounts of men clinging to wreckage, tossed about like flotsam when the sea lion would appear, nudging them gently, guiding them towards any floating debris or towards the shore where John and his rescuers waited. The creature seemed to understand the fragility of human life against the ocean's might. It would not attack or frighten the drowning men. Instead, it acted as a silent, steadfast guide. Its presence, in such dire circumstances, was not a source of fear, but of a strange, potent hope. It was a wild thing, yes, but a wild thing that seemed to have found its purpose in aiding humanity, a purpose mirrored by John's own newfound dedication. The symbolism was not lost on the chroniclers of the time. The sea lion, as a creature of the sea, represented the primal forces of nature, the untamed, the wild. Its alliance with John, a man who had once embodied the destructive aspects of those forces, now signified a reconciliation between humanity and the natural world, a world that could be both fearsome and benevolent when guided by divine will. John, the ex pirate, had not only conquered his own inner demons, but had, in a way, brought a piece of the wild into the service of God. The one-eyed sea lion became a living testament to this, a creature that, despite its perceived wildness and its physical imperfection, served a noble purpose. The narratives often depicted John speaking to the sea lion, not in boisterous commands, but in quiet, almost prayerful tones. He would often stroke its sleek, damp fur, his calloused hand moving over the scarred socket where its eye once was. "You've seen the worst of it, old friend," he might murmur, "but we've seen worse still within ourselves, haven't we?" These moments, shared between man and beast, were recorded as proof of the spiritual bond that had formed between them, a bond that transcended the boundaries of species and experience. The sea lion, in turn, would often respond with a soft rumble, a gentle nudge of its head against John's weathered arm, as if in agreement, or perhaps in understanding. The miraculous element was emphasized. How could a wild animal, driven by instinct, consistently predict and respond to human distress? The answer, for the faithful, was simple: divine intervention. God, in his infinite wisdom, had chosen this creature and this man to perform his work. The sea lion's one missing eye was often interpreted as a mark of its divine appointment, a sign that it saw with a vision beyond the physical, a vision that perceived the true needs of those in peril. It was a creature blessed, a creature chosen to be a silent partner in acts of salvation. John's transformation was a powerful sermon in action. He had been a man who lived by the sword, who understood the language of fear and intimidation. Now he lived by compassion, and his actions were understood through the lens of divine love. The sea lion, his constant companion, amplified this message. It was proof that grace could reach even the most hardened of hearts, and that redemption could manifest in the most unexpected ways. The wild, represented by the sea lion, was not inherently evil. It was merely untamed. And in John, it had found a guide, a shepherd who, having himself been guided from the darkness, now led others, with the silent assistance of a one-eyed beast, towards the light. The story of John and his one-eyed sea lion, therefore, became more than just a tale of a reformed pirate. It was a testament to the power of divine intervention in the lives of both men and beasts, a narrative that highlighted the potential for redemption in the most unlikely of circumstances. The sea, once a symbol of John's sin and the source of his livelihood, had become the stage upon which his spiritual rebirth was performed, with his peculiar, one eyed companion as its most remarkable witness. The creature, a relic of the harsh, wild world, had become an emblem of mercy, a testament to the fact that even in the deepest, darkest oceans of sin, a glimmer of divine purpose could always be found. The whispers of the divine, it was believed, were not confined to the hushed reverence of chapels or the sonorous pronouncements of Scripture. In the medieval mind, God's voice could echo through the rustling leaves, the chirping of birds, and the very breath of the creatures that shared the earth. This was not merely a poetic fancy, but a deeply held conviction that found expression in the lives of certain hallowed individuals, the so called animal whisperers, saints, and holy men whose communion with the natural world was seen as a direct conduit to heavenly wisdom. Their ability to comprehend the silent language of beasts, to engage in discourse with creatures often deemed mere instinctual beings, was not simply a peculiar talent, it was a profound affirmation of their sanctity, a testament to a purity of soul that allowed them to perceive truths hidden from the uninitiated. These were not men who merely observed the animal kingdom with a scholar's detachment or a hunter's keen eye. Their interaction was far more intimate, imbued with a spiritual resonance that set them apart. It was said that the humble robin, perched on a saint's outstretched finger, would deliver messages of impending peril or divine favor, its tiny chirps translated into pronouncements of immense significance. The stoic ox, kneeling at the feet of a holy man, might offer insights into the spiritual state of the surrounding community, its lowing interpreted as a lament for communal sin or a quiet blessing upon devout hearts. Even the buzzing of a bee, a sound often lost in the cacophony of daily life, could, in the hands of these favored few, reveal the intricate workings of divine providence, its tireless labor a metaphor for the faithful Christian's own devotion. One of the most enduring images of this phenomenon is that of the saint conversing with birds. These winged messengers, flitting from branch to branch, were seen as ideal intermediaries, their ability to traverse great distances and their ethereal nature making them perfect carriers of divine tidings. Stories abound of hermits living in remote forests who would receive their daily sustenance from flocks of birds that, guided by divine intuition, would bring them freshly gathered berries or grain. More miraculously, those avian messengers were sometimes said to relay warnings of approaching storms, the subtle changes in their behavior, or the specific cadences of their songs, interpreted by the saint as premonitions of natural disaster, allowing him to prepare himself and those under his spiritual care. Beyond mere prophecy, the saint's conversations with animals were often portrayed as acts of profound spiritual discernment. When a saint could understand the mournful cry of a wolf, for instance, it was not interpreted as a simple animalistic sound, but as an expression of a deeper suffering, perhaps a reflection of a spiritual void in the hearts of men. The saint, through his divine connection, could then offer solace, not just to the creature, but by extension to the very soul of the community. This ability to perceive the inner lives of animals, to hear their silent pleas or their expressions of contentment, was seen as proof of a saint's inherent purity. They were considered pure enough to perceive the divine harmony that permeated all of God's creation, a harmony that remained obscured to those burdened by sin and worldly distraction. The narratives often emphasized that these conversations were not a mere mimicry of animal sounds, but a genuine comprehension of their meaning. A saint might be depicted calming a rampaging bull not by force, but by speaking to it in a language it understood, words of peace and divine reassurance that soothed its agitated spirit. The animal, in turn, would respond with a tractability that defied its wild nature, its eyes reflecting a recognition of the holy presence. This exchange was more than just a display of power. It was a demonstration of the saint's mastery over the carnal desires that often drove beasts, a mastery achieved through divine grace. They could speak to the animal's nature, not by dominating it, but by aligning themselves with the divine order that governed all living things. These interactions also served as powerful metaphors for the Christian life. The diligent ant, laboring ceaselessly, would be cited by a saint as an example of perseverance in faith. The loyal dog, guarding its master's home, would be presented as a symbol of fidelity to God. Even the seemingly insignificant insect, a creature often swatted away without a second thought, could, when speaking through a saint, offer profound moral lessons. The saint, in essence, acted as an interpreter of God's lessons embedded in the fabric of the natural world, revealing the sacred in the mundane. The miraculous understanding of animal languages was not a trait possessed by all holy figures, but rather a distinctive gift bestowed upon a select few, often marking them as particularly favored by God. These were individuals who, through asceticism and prayer, had cultivated a profound spiritual sensitivity, opening themselves to the subtler currents of divine communication. Their lives were often characterized by a deep humility and a rejection of worldly vanity, qualities that, it was believed, made them receptive to God's messages, no matter how unconventional their source. The simplicity of their lives mirrored the natural world from which they drew their wisdom, creating a harmonious synergy between their personal piety and their outward miracles. Consider the legend of a certain desert hermit who, when lost and near starvation, was guided back to civilization by a flock of doves. They did not merely fly in a certain direction, they cooed in a specific pattern, a melody that the hermit recognized as a divine invitation to follow. The doves, in his interpretation, were not acting on instinct alone, but were responding to a direct command from God, their voices carrying the divine will to his ears. This narrative highlights the crucial element of interpretation. The animal's sound or action was the medium, but it was the saint's spiritual insight that unlocked its divine meaning. Another recurring theme is the saint's ability to mediate disputes or bring peace between animals, often through their shared language. A wolf and a lamb, found lying down together in the presence of a particular holy man, was not seen as an anomaly of nature, but as a testament to the saint's ability to imbue even the most savage creatures with divine peace. The saint, it was said, could speak to the primal instincts of each animal, calming their natural animosities and fostering a sense of brotherhood, a reflection of the heavenly peace that the saint embodied. This ability to influence the natural order extended even to the smallest of creatures. Stories tell of saints who could command swarms of bees to move from a hive that threatened a village, or who could persuade a plague of locusts to turn away from cultivated fields, all through whispered words that the creatures seemed to understand. These miraculous interactions were not merely for the edification of the saint alone. They often served as public demonstrations of God's power and favor, bolstering the faith of the common people. When a saint could heal a wounded animal or protect a village from wild predators through his unique communication skills, it was seen as irrefutable evidence of divine intervention. The people looked to these saints not just as spiritual guides, but as conduits through which God's protection and blessings flowed into their earthly lives. The fact that these miracles often involved creatures of the wild, creatures that represented both the bounty and the terror of the natural world, made them all the more compelling. The interpretation of these animal utterances was often allegorical, linking the creature's behavior or sounds to moral and theological concepts. The fox, for instance, known for its cunning, might be portrayed in a saint's discourse as representing deceit or temptation, and the saint's ability to speak to it would symbolize his triumph over such vices. Conversely, the lion, often seen as a symbol of power and ferocity, could, when tamed by a saint's gentle words, represent the subjugation of earthly pride under divine authority. These parabolic interactions enriched the sermons and teachings of the Church, making abstract theological concepts relatable and memorable through concrete, if miraculous, examples. The ability to understand and communicate with animals was also linked to the concept of innocence lost and regained. In the Garden of Eden, before the fall, it was believed that Adam had a perfect communion with all of creation, understanding the language of every beast. The saints, by virtue of their perfect piety and their adherence to God's will, were seen as reclaiming a portion of that lost Edenic harmony. Their conversations with animals were a glimpse into a prelepsarian world, a reminder of a time when humanity and nature lived in perfect accord. This connection to a primordial state of grace further elevated their status, positioning them as figures who had, in a spiritual sense, returned to humanity's original, uncorrupted state. The very act of a saint speaking to an animal also served to elevate the status of the animal itself, by demonstrating that even the lowliest of creatures could be instruments of divine revelation. The saints implicitly acknowledged the inherent dignity of all of God's creation. While humans were undeniably at the apex of the created order, the ability of animals to participate in divine discourse suggested a deeper interconnectedness between all living things. This perspective fostered a sense of stewardship and respect for the natural world, encouraging a view of animals not as mere resources or pests, but as fellow travelers on the path of existence, each with a role to play in God's grand design. Furthermore, the emphasis on the language of animals suggests a belief in a universal communication system, one that transcended human linguistic barriers. This cosmic language, of course, was ultimately rooted in God's omnipotence. He was the one who enabled the saints to understand and who moved the animals to respond. The narratives thus served a dual purpose: to celebrate the saints' exceptional grace and to remind the faithful of God's pervasive influence, an influence that extended to every corner of his creation, from the mightiest eagle to the smallest worm. The saint's ability was not a magic trick, but a manifestation of God's boundless power to bridge the gaps between seemingly disparate realms of existence. The folklore surrounding these animal whisperers provided a rich tapestry of understanding For the medieval faithful, it offered tangible proof of the spiritual world's engagement with the material, demonstrating that divine intervention could manifest in the most unexpected of ways through the most unlikely of intermediaries. The ability to converse with creatures of the air, the earth, and the sea was not merely a marvel, it was a profound sermon in action, illustrating the saints' unparalleled purity, their deep connection to God's creation, and their unique capacity to perceive and relay the divine will, transforming the ordinary sounds of the natural world into sacred pronouncements. These were the echoes of Eden, carried on the wings of birds and in the silent gaze of beasts, interpreted for mortal ears by those closest to the divine. The medieval mind, so attuned to the subtle whisperings of the divine, found particular delight in the less conventional pathways to sanctity. While the grand narratives of martyrs and ascetics dominated theological discourse, the hagiographic tradition was never entirely divorced from the everyday. Indeed, a curious strain of veneration often emerged, born not from epic struggles against paganism or miraculous feats of endurance, but from a seemingly odd, even mundane aptitude that resonated deeply with the common folk. These were the saints of quirk and quibble, individuals whose earthly lives were marked by peculiar gifts, the echoes of which lingered long after their passing, coalescing into localized cults and cherished legends. Within this vibrant tapestry of devotional eccentricity, one figure stands out, not for commanding legions of angels or for surviving the fiery furnaces of persecution, but for an ability so profoundly ordinary, yet so remarkably effective, that it elevated him to the pantheon of the revered. This was Saint Barnaby the Baffled, a man whose entire claim to celestial favor, as far as the historical record, or rather the folklore, could ascertain, rested upon his singular talent for finding lost things. It sounds almost like a jest, a tale spun by villagers to amuse themselves after a long day of toil, yet the persistence of his cult, particularly in the rural regions of the Midlands, suggests a deeper vein of meaning. Barnaby was not known for eloquent sermons or for wrestling demons. His miracles were of a far more domestic and often exasperating nature. Consider the plight of Agnes, a humble baker in the village of Oakhaven. Her prize possession, beyond her well kneaded dough and her perpetually warm hearth, was a silver thimble, an heirloom passed down from her grandmother. One fateful market day, during the boisterous throng of the annual fair, the thimble vanished from her apron pocket. Panic set in. Without that thimble, her intricate lacework of pastry tops would be impossible to execute, her reputation for fine detailing jeopardized. She searched her stall, her basket, even the pockets of her neighbors, but to no avail. Despair began to settle like dust on her flour sacks. It was then that old Thomas, the village elder with a memory as long as his years, remembered the tales of Barnaby. "Go to the old oak by the crossroads," he advised Agnes, his voice raspy with age, "and speak his name. Tell him what you have lost. He has a way with the misplaced." Agnes, though skeptical, Barnaby had died decades before her birth, and his veneration was largely confined to whispers and muttered prayers, was desperate. She trudged to the ancient oak, a gnarled sentinel that had witnessed countless generations pass. Standing beneath its broad branches, she closed her eyes and, with a hesitant breath, uttered, "Saint Barnaby the Baffled, I pray you, help me. I have lost my silver thimble." She waited, so the wind rustling through the leaves, seeming to mock her plea. Then a curious sensation, a faint, almost imperceptible tugging at her sleeve, as if a phantom hand were guiding her. She opened her eyes and looked down. There, nestled amongst the exposed roots of the oak, glinting faintly in the dappled sunlight, lay her thimble. It was a small thing, a lost thimble, but to Agnes in that moment, it was a miracle of profound importance. The nature of Barnaby's miracles was invariably tied to the tangible, the easily relatable. He was the patron saint of the misplaced, the forgotten, the lost. Did a farmer mislay his favorite plowshare? Did a child lose the wooden soldier that was the sole companion of his lonely days? Did a priest misplace a vital page of the Psalter, leaving him stumbling through the liturgy? Barnaby was the one to whom they turned. His cult was not built on grand theological pronouncements or dramatic pronouncements from heaven, but on the quiet satisfaction of finding what was lost. This focus on the oddities of sainthood is crucial to understanding the lived experience of medieval faith. While the spectacular was certainly valued, it was the relatable, the everyday application of divine power that often cemented a saint's place in the hearts of the populace. These were not distant, ethereal figures, but individuals who understood the frustrations of a world where things quite literally went missing. The loss of a vital tool could mean hunger, the loss of a precious keepsake could mean the severing of a connection to the past. Barnaby's gift, therefore, was not merely a curiosity, it was a practical solution to very real problems. The origins of Barnaby's reputation are, as with many vernacular saints, shrouded in the mists of oral tradition. It is said he was a simple man, perhaps a farmer or a herdsman, who lived a life of quiet piety. He was not known for any particular asceticism or for any dramatic acts of charity beyond what was expected of a decent neighbor. His bafflement, the epithet that clung to him, was not a sign of intellectual deficiency, but rather a reflection of his often puzzled expression as he sought out whatever had gone astray. He would peer into ditches, rummage through haystacks, and follow faint tracks, his brow furrowed in concentration, until, with a quiet exclamation of, "Ah, there it is," the lost item would be recovered. The stories often depict him engaging in a form of silent dialogue with the lost object. He wouldn't necessarily speak to the object itself, but rather he would trace its last known path, his mind working through a process of elimination and intuition that to the observers appeared almost supernatural. He might pause at a crossroad, touch a discarded twig, or listen to the flight of a bird, as if gleaning clues from the very fabric of the world, and invariably the lost item would be found, often in a place that seemed both obvious and entirely overlooked. Take the tale of the missing communion chalice from the parish church of St. Jude's on the Wold. The chalice, crafted from hammered silver and adorned with a simple cross, was indispensable for the Mass. Its disappearance plunged the community into distress. The local priest, Father Michael, a man of earnest faith but limited practical experience with the world's vagaries, searched the sacristy, the belfry, and even the churchyard to no avail. The villagers were distraught, fearing sacrilege or worse, divine displeasure. It was the blacksmith, a man who had himself benefited from Barnaby's peculiar talent in finding a lost horseshoe nail that had stalled his forge, who suggested invoking the baffled saint. Following Agnes's precedent, the villagers gathered at the edge of the forest that bordered their lands, a place Barnaby was known to frequent in his lifetime. They called out his name, their voices a chorus of mingled hope and apprehension. Father Michael, holding a plain wooden cup as a makeshift replacement, led the prayer, and then the inexplicable occurred. A small, brown field mouse, usually skittish and elusive, emerged from a thicket of brambles. It darted towards the gathered villagers, then stopped, its whiskers twitching, and disappeared into a dense patch of ferns. Intrigued and with a shared understanding of Barnaby's ways, a few of the bolder villagers cautiously followed. There, amidst the ferns, carefully placed and gleaming, was the missing chalice. It seemed the mouse, guided by some unseen force, had led them to it. The implication was clear. Even the smallest creatures, under Barnaby's spiritual influence, could act as agents of recovery. The cult of Saint Barnaby the Baffled exemplifies a significant aspect of medieval popular religion, the decentralization of sanctity. While the great saints of the Church were venerated universally, local saints often arose from the particular needs and experiences of specific communities. Their miracles were not necessarily universal in scope, but they were deeply relevant to the daily lives of the people who venerated them. Barnaby's ability to find lost objects was a tangible manifestation of God's care for his flock, not in grand pronouncements, but in the quiet restoration of what was valuable and necessary. This emphasis on the seemingly trivial also served to democratize sainthood. It suggested that one did not need to be a martyr, an ascetic, or a renowned theologian to attain a special place in the heavenly court. Purity of heart, a consistent practice of faith, and a unique, divinely bestowed gift, even one as peculiar as finding lost chickens, were sufficient. This made the concept of sainthood more accessible, more human, and ultimately more relatable to the agrarian society of the Middle Ages. A farmer could look at the stories of Barnaby and think, perhaps, if I live a good life, God will grant me a special favor, even if it's just finding my lost sheep. The bafflement of St. Barnaby also speaks to a certain humility in his portrayal. He was not presented as a magician with all the answers, but as someone who, like everyone else, sometimes found himself bewildered by the world. His skill lay not in inherent omniscience, but in his persistent faith and his ability to interpret subtle signs. This resonated with a populace that understood the constant struggle against the uncertainties of life. In Barnaby, they saw not a flawless paragon, but a relatable figure who, through his devotion, found a way to navigate those uncertainties with divine assistance. The oral traditions surrounding Barnaby often embellished his feats, weaving tales of him finding not just mundane objects, but also lost souls, misplaced intentions, and forgotten virtues. A wayward son who had left home might be found by his worried mother through Barnaby's intercession. A forgotten prayer, languishing in the recesses of a busy mind, might be rediscovered and acted upon. These metaphorical extensions of his primary gift broadened his appeal and solidified his reputation as a saint who could restore what was lost, whether tangible or intangible. One particular story, recounted in the annals of a small monastic house near Barnaby's presumed birthplace, tells of a cloistered brother who, through his own spiritual neglect, had lost the fervor of his vocation. He still performed his duties, but the light had gone out of his prayer, the joy of service replaced by a weary routine, The abbot, recognizing the spiritual malaise, invoked Saint Barnaby. He did not expect a miraculous vision or a booming voice from heaven. Instead, he instructed the brother to spend an afternoon searching the monastery's extensive library for a particular, rarely consulted, illuminated manuscript. Days turned into a week, and the brother, initially dutiful, began to feel the familiar sting of futility that had come to characterize his spiritual life. Yet as he ran his fingers along the spines of ancient texts, his hand brushed against a small, leather bound volume tucked away on a forgotten shelf. It was not the manuscript he was supposed to be seeking, but a collection of devotional poems by an unknown hermit filled with simple yet profound meditations on God's boundless love. As he read, a spark ignited within him. The lost fervor, like a misplaced jewel, was found. He had been, in essence, guided by Barnaby to rediscover his own lost faith. The veneration of such quirky saints was not a deviation from Orthodox Christianity, but rather a testament to its adaptability and its capacity to find the divine in the most unexpected of places. These were individuals who, through their unique lives and their particular gifts, illuminated different facets of God's grace. Barnaby the Baffled, with his uncanny knack for recovery, reminded the medieval faithful that God's providence extended to the smallest details of their lives, offering comfort and reassurance in a world often marked by loss and uncertainty. His cult, born from the simple need to find what was gone, became an enduring symbol of hope, a quiet testament to the fact that even the most ordinary of afflictions could find solace in the extraordinary grace of a saint. The folklore surrounding him painted a picture not of a supernatural juggler, but of a man attuned to the subtle rhythms of existence, a man who, in his persistent searching, mirrored the very act of faith itself, a lifelong quest for what is precious, often hidden, but always worth finding. The medieval world, steeped in a profound awareness of the sacred woven into the very fabric of the ordinary, often found sanctity not in grand gestures or divine pronouncements, but in the quiet, enduring presence of the humble. While the lives of martyrs and the ecstatic visions of mystics commanded immense attention, the devotion of the faithful frequently gravitated towards a more intimate, tactile connection with the divine. This connection was not always mediated by overtly miraculous artifacts or the grand relics of the established church. Often, it sprang from the most unassuming of sources, transforming the mundane into the miraculous through the simple act of association and the persistent power of belief. These were the accidental relics, the everyday objects imbued with a halo of sanctity by their proximity to lives lived in faith, however unassuming those lives might have been. Consider the tale that circulated with hushed reverence through the parishes nestled in the shadow of the Grey Fells. It spoke not of a renowned bishop or a saintly abbess, but of Brother Thomas, a hermit whose piety was known only to the dew-kissed stones of his hermitage and the wild deer that shared his sparse woodland. Thomas lived a life of rigorous self-denial, his days marked by prayer, contemplation, and the painstaking cultivation of a small herb garden that sustained him. He was a man of few words, his interactions with the outside world limited to the occasional bartering of dried herbs for grain at the nearest village. No grand miracles were attributed to him in life. No dramatic conversions marked his solitary existence. Yet upon his passing, A curious phenomenon began to unfold. The hermitage, left to the elements, became a place of pilgrimage for a handful of locals who had known Thomas, or at least had glimpsed his stooped figure traversing the forest paths. They found his dwelling bare, save for a few worn blankets, a rough wooden stool, and a simple ceramic jug, its surface smoothed by countless years of use, chipped at the rim, and stained with the faint, earthy hues of the water it had once contained. This jug, unremarkable in its construction, had been Brother Thomas's constant companion, the vessel from which he drank and with which he drew water from the nearby spring. It was, by all accounts, an object of profound ordinariness, designed for utility rather than adornment. Yet as the faithful began to gather at the desolate hermitage, drawn by the memory of Thomas's quiet devotion, their attention alighted upon this humble jug, a farmer suffering from a persistent cough that no poultice could assuage, visited the abandoned hermitage in search of solace. He found himself drawn to the jug, his hand reaching out, almost involuntarily, to touch its cool ceramic surface. He held it for a moment, recalling the stories of Thomas's unwavering faith, and as he did, he felt a strange warmth spread through his chest. Upon returning to his farm, he found his cough significantly lessened, the tightness in his lungs replaced by a newfound ease. This was not a dramatic, instantaneous cure, but a gradual easing, a subtle return to health that coincided precisely with his visit to the hermitage and his contact with the jug. News of this recovery, whispered from one neighbor to another, began to draw others to the hermit's former dwelling. A woman whose infant child was afflicted with a wasting sickness, a condition that left the little one listless and pale, also made the arduous journey. She, too, was drawn to the jug. Holding it in her trembling hands, she prayed for her child, her voice cracking with emotion. She did not drink from it, nor did she bathe the child with its contents. Her devotion was expressed through the simple act of holding the object, of imbuing it with her fervent plea. Upon her return home, she found her child's color returning, a healthy flush appearing on its cheeks, its cries regaining their youthful vigor. These were not earth-shattering miracles, not the kind that would warrant papal decree or widespread canonization. They were small, intimate healings, subtle shifts in fortune that were nonetheless profoundly significant to those who experienced them. The chipped ceramic jug, devoid of any inherent power, became a focal point for faith, a tangible link to a life lived in close communion with the divine. The villagers, accustomed to the more spectacular narratives of sainthood, found a different kind of resonance in these quiet occurrences. They saw in the jug a testament to the fact that sanctity was not solely the domain of the extraordinary. It could be found, too, in the quiet persistence of faith, in the simple tools that served a devout life. The phenomenon of the accidental relic was not unique to Brother Thomas's jug. Throughout the medieval period, countless objects, through their association with individuals of known or perceived holiness, acquired a similar aura. A fragment of rough wool from the tunic of an anchorite, a simple wooden cross carved by a renowned preacher, even the worn sandals of a pious pilgrim, all could, under the right circumstances, become objects of veneration. These were not relics in the traditional sense, objects that had once been part of a holy body or had been touched by a saintly hand. Instead, they were indirect conduits, physical manifestations of piety that served as anchors for faith. The power attributed to these objects lay not in their material composition, but in the spiritual resonance they carried. It's, the chipped jug was not inherently miraculous. It was the belief of the faithful projected onto the object that transformed it into a conduit for healing. The constant use by Brother Thomas, the very act of his drawing water, of his drinking from it, imbued it with a subtle sanctity, a tacit blessing from his devotional life. This association, amplified by the collective faith of the community, created a potent spiritual force. The allure of these accidental relics was manifold, so, for one, they offered a more accessible form of devotion. The grand relics, housed in ornate reliquaries in magnificent cathedrals, could seem distant, almost unapproachable. The common folk, engaged in the daily struggle for survival, might find it difficult to forge a personal connection with such monumental symbols. In contrast, a chipped jug, a worn wooden stool, or a simple prayer bead could feel intimately familiar, reflecting the shared experiences of everyday life. They demystified sanctity, bringing the divine into the immediate sphere of the village, the farmstead, and the hearth. Furthermore, the concept of accidental relics underscored a deeply ingrained belief in the immanence of God. It suggested that the divine was not confined to churches or monasteries, but permeated all aspects of creation, particularly those touched by human faith and devotion. The humble objects associated with a holy life were seen as repositories of that life's spiritual energy, capable of transmitting grace to those who approached them with sincere intent. This perspective fostered a sense of interconnectedness, blurring the lines between the material and the spiritual, the earthly and the heavenly. The proliferation of such objects also speaks to the fluid nature of religious belief and practice in the medieval period. While the church hierarchy maintained a framework of doctrine and established relics, popular piety often operated on its own terms, creating its own saints and venerating its own sacred objects. These locally recognized sources of spiritual power were not necessarily seen as a challenge to the established order, but rather as a complement to it, filling a spiritual need that might not have been adequately met by more formal channels. The cult of Brother Thomas's jug, for instance, likely persisted for generations, a quiet, localized testament to the enduring power of faith in the ordinary. The narratives surrounding these accidental relics were often imbued with a degree of ambiguity, a deliberate leaving of space for interpretation. The healings attributed to the jug were rarely described with the precise detail of a physician's report. They were couched in terms of feeling, of subtle changes, of a renewed sense of well being. This ambiguity allowed the faithful to integrate their own experiences and beliefs into the narrative, reinforcing their faith through their personal interpretation of events. Was it the jug itself that healed, or was it the fervent prayer offered while touching the jug? The answer, for the devout, was often a matter of faith, a testament to the mystery of divine intervention. The survival of the jug itself, a mundane object of fired clay, speaks volumes about the persistence of memory and the enduring human need for tangible connections to the sacred. In a world where so much was transient, where lives were often brief and possessions few, an object that had served a known pious individual and had subsequently been recognized for its spiritual efficacy held immense value. It was a touchstone, a reminder of the spiritual potential inherent in even the most unassuming of lives. The stories also highlight the role of community in the creation and maintenance of devotional practices. While Brother Thomas himself may have been a solitary figure, the veneration of his jug was a collective endeavor. It was the shared belief, the mutual reinforcement of narratives, and the communal experience of seeking solace and healing that gave the jug its enduring power. A single person might experience a recovery and attribute it to the jug, but it was the chorus of similar experiences, shared and amplified within the village, that solidified its status as a minor yet potent sacred object. The legacy of such accidental relics is not measured in grand churches or vast estates, but in the quiet continuity of faith passed down through generations. They represent a form of religious expression that was deeply rooted in the lived realities of ordinary people, a testament to their capacity to find the divine in the everyday. The chipped ceramic jug of Brother Thomas, therefore, serves as a potent reminder that the pathways to sanctity are as varied and as numerous as the lives lived in devotion, and that sometimes the most profound spiritual connections are forged not in the fires of martyrdom, but in the quiet use of an ordinary object, imbued with the extraordinary power of faith. It whispers a truth about medieval piety, that the sacred was not merely something to be observed from a distance, but something to be touched, to be held, and to be woven into the very fabric of daily existence, even if it began with a simple hermit and his water jug. The quiet corners of medieval devotion often held a peculiar charm, a reverence for the uneventful that stood in stark contrast to the thunderous pronouncements and dramatic martyrdoms that dominated the hagiographical landscape. While the martyrs bled for their faith and the mystics ascended to celestial visions, there existed a subtler, yet equally potent, current of veneration that flowed towards those whose lives were, by all outward appearances, remarkably unremarkable. These were the saints of the quietude, the patrons of the everyday, whose very lack of worldly distraction was interpreted as a profound testament to humility and an unparalleled spiritual peace. Among these figures, the legend of St. Thomas the Unremarkable, as he was sometimes affectionately, if informally known, served as a touchstone for this particular strain of piety. His story, or rather the absence of a dramatic one, was precisely what drew the faithful. Thomas was not a hermit of dramatic trials, nor a scholar of vast theological output. He was, by all accounts, simply a man who lived a life so devoid of notable incident that it became in itself a miracle of sorts. His days were not filled with battling demons or outwitting pagan kings, but with the quiet rhythms of subsistence, the predictable turning of the seasons, and the silent unfolding of prayer. His legend whispered not of grand pronouncements, but of profound, unshakable presence. The appeal of such figures was deeply rooted in the lived experience of the majority of medieval society. For the farmer tilling his fields, the artisan at his bench, or the mother tending her household, life was a tapestry woven from threads of routine, punctuated by moments of joy and sorrow, but rarely by the extraordinary. The grand narratives of saints often felt distant, aspirational to the point of being unattainable. How could a peasant, bound by the demanding cycle of agricultural labor and the constant threat of famine, truly connect with the ecstasy of a Saint Teresa or the stoicism of a Saint Sebastian? They craved figures who understood the weight of the ordinary, who could offer solace not through the overcoming of monumental obstacles, But through the quiet endurance of daily life, St. Thomas, in his very averageness, became that figure. His legend was spun not from the threads of miraculous intervention, but from the fabric of consistent, unobtrusive piety. His existence was presented as an argument for the sanctity of the commonplace, a quiet reassurance that holiness was not the exclusive preserve of the exceptional, but could bloom in the most fertile ground of the unadorned life. His days were spent in a state of what might be described as spiritual stillness, a deliberate eschewing of the world's clamor and distraction. This was not seen as a passive acceptance of fate, but as an active, disciplined cultivation of inner peace, a profound immersion in the divine that required no external validation or spectacular display. The stories that circulated about him, often passed down through oral tradition in hushed tones around hearth fires, painted a picture of a life lived in almost deliberate obscurity. He might have been a humble tenant farmer whose greatest achievement was a consistently bountiful harvest in difficult soil, or a village craftsman whose tools were always perfectly maintained, his output reliable and of good quality, but never groundbreaking. Perhaps he was a simple priest in a forgotten village, whose sermons were never recorded, whose prayers were never miraculously answered with dramatic effect, but who was known for his quiet patience with the villagers, his unwavering presence in times of sickness and death, and his consistent offering of the Mass day in and day out. His sanctity lay not in a singular, defining act, but in the cumulative weight of countless small, virtuous deeds performed without fanfare or expectation. This veneration of the uneventful speaks volumes about the medieval understanding of spiritual attainment. It suggested that true holiness was not necessarily about battling external forces, but about mastering the internal landscape. The absence of worldly ambition, the quiet acceptance of one's lot, the diligent pursuit of daily duties with a pure heart, these were the bedrock of a life pleasing to God. St. Thomas, in his supposed lack of any significant worldly engagement, embodied this ideal. His legend suggested that by disengaging from the ephemeral distractions of human striving, one could achieve a profound connection to the eternal. He was the patron saint of those who felt overwhelmed by the sheer complexity and demands of life, offering them the comfort of knowing that their quiet struggles, their unheralded efforts, were also pathways to divine favor. The cult of St. Thomas, therefore, was not built on tales of miraculous cures or divine interventions, but on the quiet recognition of a life lived in profound peace. Pilgrims might have sought him not for a miraculous healing of the body, but for a healing of the soul, a balm for the anxieties and stresses of their own tumultuous existences. They would approach his memory, perhaps through a simple icon or a remembered prayer, seeking to tap into that reservoir of stillness that he was believed to have cultivated so perfectly. His story offered a counter narrative to the prevailing emphasis on heroic struggle and dramatic triumph. It championed the virtues of patience, humility, and quiet perseverance, qualities that were far more accessible to the average medieval person than the extraordinary feats of the more famous saints. The concept of a patron saint of the unremarkable also reveals a fascinating duality in medieval devotion. On one hand, there was the institutional church with its carefully curated pantheon of saints, their lives meticulously documented and their relics enshrined. On the other hand, There was the vibrant, often fluid world of popular piety, where local saints could emerge organically, their veneration sparked by a shared cultural understanding and a felt need. St. Thomas likely belonged to this latter category, his legend flourishing in communities that found his particular brand of sanctity deeply resonant. His story was less about a divinely appointed champion and more about a collective recognition of a certain ideal of spiritual living, an ideal that emphasized inner harmony over outward achievement. Consider the nature of the miracles attributed to him, if they can be called that. They were not sudden reversals of fortune, but rather subtle shifts, a gentle easing of burdens. Perhaps a farmer who had been plagued by indecision and worry found a newfound clarity of purpose after meditating on Thomas's life of quiet diligence, or a merchant consumed by ambition and the anxieties of commerce might have found a measure of inner peace by contemplating Thomas's supposed disinterest in worldly gain. These were not events that would shake the foundations of the world, but they were profoundly meaningful to those who experienced them, offering a sense of equilibrium and calm in lives often buffeted by uncertainty. The appeal of such a saint was particularly strong for those who felt themselves to be, in their own way, unremarkable. In a society that often placed a premium on lineage, accomplishment, and social standing, the quiet lives of many were easily overlooked. St. Thomas provided a powerful affirmation that such lives had inherent value and spiritual merit. He was a reminder that God's grace was not reserved for the high and mighty, but was available to all, and that a life lived with simple devotion, even without outward distinction, could be a life of profound holiness. His legend offered a form of spiritual validation for the masses, a quiet affirmation that their own, often unseen efforts were recognized and valued in the eyes of the divine. The very absence of a dramatic narrative surrounding Thomas meant that his story was malleable, adaptable to the needs and experiences of his devotees. While the lives of more prominent saints were fixed in their historical accounts, Thomas's legend could be readily infused with the everyday concerns of his followers. His stillness could be interpreted as resilience in the face of hardship, his quietude as a shield against the world's temptations, his lack of action as a deliberate choice to focus on the eternal. This flexibility allowed him to remain relevant across generations, a constant source of quiet inspiration. The veneration of St. Thomas also highlights a certain intentionality behind the medieval understanding of sainthood. It wasn't simply about being chosen by God, it was also about the human capacity to recognize and celebrate the divine presence in the world. The faithful, in choosing to venerate Thomas, were not merely acknowledging his life, they were actively shaping their own understanding of holiness, emphasizing aspects that resonated with their own spiritual needs. They were, in essence, creating their own saints, or at least shaping the legends of existing figures to fit their particular spiritual landscape. This process was a testament to the active and participatory nature of medieval faith, where devotion was not a passive reception of doctrine, but an ongoing dynamic engagement with the sacred. Furthermore, the quiet nature of Thomas's supposed sanctity offered a refuge for those who found the more fervent expressions of religious devotion overwhelming. The ecstatic prayer of the mystic, the penitential practices of the ascetic, the fiery pronouncements of the prophet, these could be intimidating, even alienating, to those who did not share the same temperament or spiritual gifts. St. Thomas, in his calm and steady presence, provided a more accessible entry point into the spiritual life. His legend suggested that a gentler, more contemplative path was also a valid and holy one, and that one did not need to be outwardly extraordinary to draw close to God. In essence, St. Thomas the Unremarkable became a symbol of spiritual endurance, a quiet beacon for those navigating the mundane trials of life. His veneration was an act of faith in the unseen, a testament to the belief that profound spiritual experiences could occur not in the dramatic upheavals of life, but in the quiet, consistent cultivation of an inner life. He represented a form of sanctity that was deeply democratic, accessible to all, and rooted in the enduring power of quiet devotion. His legend whispered a powerful truth about medieval piety, that sometimes the greatest spiritual achievements were not the ones that echoed through history, but the ones that resonated within the quiet depths of the human heart. He was the saint for those who found their faith not in grand pronouncements, but in the simple, enduring rhythm of existence. His legend was a quiet hum beneath the grand chorus of medieval Christianity, a testament to the sacredness found not in the absence of life, but in the peace that could be found within its very ordinary flow. The very concept of venerating someone for their lack of notable events was a radical notion, suggesting that true spiritual progress lay not in striving and achieving, but in letting go, in finding contentment in the simple act of being. This was the antithesis of the heroic narrative, the quiet subversion of the expectation that sainthood demanded an extraordinary life. St. Thomas's story, or lack thereof, served as a powerful counterpoint to the more dramatic hagiographies, offering a different kind of aspirational ideal, one of profound inner peace achieved through the deliberate cultivation of a life untouched by the clamor of worldly affairs. He was the patron of the overlooked, the quiet soul in the bustling medieval world, a reminder that sanctity could reside in the most unassuming of vessels, and that a life lived with quiet faith, even without grand pronouncements or earth shattering deeds, was a life that could touch the divine. The economic engine of sainthood was a powerful force in medieval Europe, and nowhere was this more evident than in the flourishing pilgrimage industry. Beyond the fervent faith that drove countless souls to seek solace and intercession at the shrines of departed holy men and women, there lay a tangible, material reality. The pilgrimage was a significant economic driver, a vibrant marketplace that generated wealth and employment for communities fortunate enough to host a thriving cult. The veneration of saints, far from being a purely spiritual undertaking, was inextricably linked to the economic prosperity of the regions where their relics and sacred sites were located. The High Middle Ages witnessed a dramatic surge in pilgrimage activity. As the Church's influence solidified and travel became, if not exactly easy, then at least more feasible for a wider segment of the population, the desire to visit holy places intensified. This demand created a lucrative opportunity for monastic institutions, cathedral chapters, and even individual parishes that could boast the presence of a saint's tomb or a significant relic. The more popular the saint, the greater the influx of pilgrims, and consequently, the greater the economic benefit. Consider the transformation of a seemingly insignificant village or town that happened to possess the remains of a locally revered figure. Suddenly, This quiet locale would find itself on the map, a destination for devoted travelers from near and far. This influx of people required services, accommodation, food, drink, and transportation. Local artisans and merchants would find their wares in high demand. Innkeepers would see their establishments filled, and stable owners would benefit from the arrival of horses and carts. Even rudimentary trades, such as the selling of candles, devotional objects, or simply clean water, could become profitable ventures. The very ground around a saint's shrine could become valuable real estate, dotted with stalls selling religious trinkets and souvenirs, from miniature reliquaries to printed pamphlets detailing the saint's life and miracles. The church, recognizing this potent economic engine, actively engaged in the cultivation and promotion of saintly cults. This was not merely about spiritual guidance, it was also about strategic resource management. The selection of individuals to be recognized as saints and the subsequent elaboration of their life stories and miraculous deeds were often influenced by the potential for pilgrimage revenue. A saint with a compelling, relatable narrative, preferably one associated with dramatic miracles, was far more likely to attract pilgrims than a figure whose life was, by comparison, more subdued or obscure. The embellishment of hagiographical accounts became a crucial element in this promotional strategy. While the core tenets of a saint's life might be historically accurate, details could be amplified, miracles magnified, and the saint's intercessory powers emphasized to enhance their appeal. This was not necessarily seen as deception, but rather as a means of making the divine accessible and tangible to the faithful. A well told story, rich with evocative imagery and miraculous occurrences, would linger in the minds of potential pilgrims, inspiring them to undertake the journey. The relics themselves were often the focal point of these economic enterprises. The possession of a saint's bone, a fragment of their clothing, or even a drop of their blood could transform a humble church into a site of pilgrimage. These relics were not merely objects of veneration, they were tangible links to the divine, believed to possess miraculous healing powers. The more significant or authentic the relic, the greater the drawing power of the shrine. This led to a vigorous trade in relics, sometimes involving legitimate transfers between religious houses, and at other times, more questionable practices such as the creation of spurious relics to capitalize on existing devotional trends. The economic impact extended beyond the immediate vicinity of the shrine. The construction and maintenance of pilgrimage churches and chapels required significant investment, stimulating local economies through employment of stonemasons, carpenters, glaziers, and other skilled laborers. The development of infrastructure, such as bridges and roads leading to the pilgrimage site, also benefited the wider region. Moreover, the wealth generated by pilgrims often flowed back into the church's coffers, enabling further expansion and enrichment of religious institutions, which in turn could fund more ambitious projects, thereby perpetuating the cycle of economic activity. The competition for pilgrims could be fierce. Different shrines would vie for the attention of potential travelers, promoting their saints and relics with vigor. This competition often led to elaborate displays, processions, and festivals designed to attract and impress visitors. The feast days of saints became major events, drawing not only pilgrims, but also merchants, entertainers, and other travelers, further boosting the local economy. The success of a pilgrimage site was a matter of prestige for the religious authorities responsible for it, and a source of pride and prosperity for the local community. The economic dimension of sainthood was not always a straightforward matter of divine providence. It also involved careful management, marketing, and sometimes a degree of shrewd negotiation. Church leaders, particularly bishops and abbots, understood the financial implications of a popular cult and actively worked to promote it. This could involve commissioning new hagiographies, commissioning artistic depictions of the saint, and organizing elaborate ceremonies to mark important dates in the saint's life or the anniversaries of their miracles. Or the cultivation of local saints was particularly effective in this regard. While Jerusalem, Rome, and Santiago de Compostela were major international pilgrimage destinations, the proliferations of local cults allowed smaller communities to tap into the broader pilgrimage market. A saint who was once only known within a particular region could, through effective promotion, become a draw for pilgrims from across a wider geographical area. This democratized the pilgrimage experience, making it accessible to a greater number of communities and individuals. The economic benefits of pilgrimage were not solely concentrated in the hands of the church. While religious institutions were the primary beneficiaries, the growth of towns and cities that developed around major shrines was a testament to the broader economic impact. These pilgrimage centers often became vibrant centers of trade and commerce, attracting merchants and artisans from across Europe. The wealth generated by pilgrims stimulated economic growth, fostered innovation, and contributed to the development of urban centers. However, it is important to note that the economic aspect did not negate the genuine faith and devotion that underpin the pilgrimage phenomenon. For many medieval people, the journey to a saint's shrine was a profound spiritual experience, a quest for healing, forgiveness, or divine favor. The economic benefits were a secondary consequence, albeit a significant one, of this deep seated religious impulse. The Church, in its promotion of saintly cults, was tapping into a genuine and powerful spiritual need, while simultaneously leveraging it for material gain. The impact of a successful saint's cult on a community could be transformative. A sleepy village might be revitalized by the constant stream of pilgrims, leading to the construction of new inns, markets, and public spaces. New trades and crafts might emerge to cater to the needs of travelers. The local population might find employment as guides, vendors, or caretakers of the shrine. In essence, the saint became an economic asset, a unique selling proposition that could put a small community on the map and bring prosperity. The narratives themselves were often crafted with an eye towards pilgrimage appeal. Miracles of healing were particularly popular, as they offered tangible hope for those suffering from illness or injury. Stories of intercession in times of crisis, such as averting famine or warding off invaders, also resonated with the anxieties of the medieval populace. The more relatable the saint's life and struggles, the more likely pilgrims were to connect with them and seek their intercession. This led to the careful selection and elaboration of stories that would resonate with the common people, emphasizing virtues like humility, perseverance, and charity, which were widely understood and admired. The economic dimension of sainthood also influenced the way relics were displayed and venerated. Shrines were often elaborately decorated, adorned with precious metals, jewels, and intricate artwork, all designed to impress pilgrims and convey the sanctity and power of the saint. The relics themselves were frequently displayed in richly ornamented reliquaries, further enhancing their visual appeal and perceived value. These displays served not only to inspire devotion, but also to reinforce the economic importance of the shrine. The church authorities understood that maintaining the flow of pilgrims required not only a compelling saint, but also a well managed and appealing pilgrimage experience. This involved ensuring the safety of travelers, maintaining the grounds of the shrine, and providing adequate facilities for visitors. The economic success of a pilgrimage site was thus dependent on a combination of spiritual appeal, effective promotion, and sound logistical management. In conclusion, the veneration of saints in medieval Europe was far more than a purely spiritual phenomenon. It was a complex interplay of faith, economics, and social dynamics. The cultivation of saintly cults became a powerful economic engine, transforming communities and enriching religious institutions. The promotion of pilgrimage was a shrewd strategy that capitalized on the deep seated faith of the populace while simultaneously generating wealth and fostering economic growth. The success of a saint's cult was a testament to the church's ability to harness spiritual fervor for material benefit, creating a vibrant and enduring pilgrimage industry that shaped the economic and cultural landscape of medieval Europe. The very concept of sainthood became intertwined with the flow of wealth, transforming humble relics into potent symbols of both divine intercession and earthly prosperity. The medieval world, for all its perceived rigidities and dogmatic pronouncements, possessed a vibrant undercurrent of human ingenuity, particularly when it came to matters of faith. While the official pronouncements of the Church were paramount, the spiritual landscape of the common person was often shaped by a more intimate, more narrative driven connection to the divine. This brings us to a fascinating aspect of saintly cults. The phenomenon of the invented life lives that, while perhaps not strictly factual in their entirety, were imbued with a power that resonated deeply with the faithful, offering solace, hope, and a tangible framework for their beliefs. The narrative, the story itself, became a vessel for faith, transcending the need for strict historical verification. Consider the sheer ubiquity of saints' lives, or hagiographies. These were not merely dry accounts of pious individuals, they were carefully crafted narratives designed to inspire, to instruct, and importantly, to captivate the imagination. Even when the genesis of a particular saint's cult might be traced to a fortunate relic discovery, a local tradition, or even a deliberate promotion by a religious institution seeking to bolster its prestige and income, the subsequent elaboration of that saint's life was where the true magic happened. These were not histories in the modern sense, they were devotional literature meant to elicit a visceral response from the reader or listener. The compilers of these lives, often monks or learned clergy, were skilled storytellers. They understood the power of a compelling plot, relatable characters, even if idealized, and crucially, the miraculous. The invented life did not necessarily imply outright falsehood in every detail. It often involved a process of accretion, where genuine biographical fragments were embellished, and where incidents that might have been commonplace were recast as divine interventions. A simple act of charity might be described as a miraculous multiplication of loaves, or a fortunate escape from danger might be reframed as direct angelic protection. These additions were not necessarily seen as deceptive by the medieval mind. Rather, they served to highlight the chosen individual's exceptional connection to God, their elevated status as a mediator between the earthly and the divine. The embellishments were, in a sense, the luminous dust of sanctity, illuminating the path for the faithful. The power of these narratives lay in their ability to provide a focal point for devotion. In a world often fraught with uncertainty, plague, famine, war, and personal hardship, the lives of saints offered tangible examples of divine grace at work. When ordinary people heard or read about a saint who had performed miracles of healing, who had interceded to avert disaster, or who had simply endured suffering with unwavering faith, they found a reflection of their own hopes and anxieties. A story of a saint who had cured a debilitating illness could offer real hope to someone afflicted with a similar ailment. A tale of a saint who had protected a community from invasion could bring comfort to those living in fear of conflict. The narrative provided a language for understanding suffering and a pathway to divine aid. This is where the distinction between invented and real faith begins to blur. While the historical accuracy of a particular miracle or biographical detail might be questionable, the impact of the story on the faith of the recipient was undeniably real. The belief that a saint could intercede on their behalf, fueled by these compelling narratives, was a powerful force. It provided a sense of agency in a world where individuals often felt powerless against the forces of nature and fate. By invoking the name of a saint and recounting their story, the faithful believed they could tap into that saint's unique connection to the divine, thereby influencing their own circumstances. Consider the figure of Saint Christopher, the giant who carried Christ across the river. The popular image of him with a child on his shoulders, a staff in his hand, is iconic. While the historical veracity of such an individual carrying the Christ child is, of course, a matter of legend, the narrative itself speaks volumes. It portrays strength dedicated to service, a powerful protector for travelers, and a profound act of faith. People who undertook arduous journeys, facing dangers on roads and seas, would carry images or amulets of Saint Christopher, not necessarily because they believed Christopher was a historical figure in the precise way a modern historian would define it, but because the story of Christopher offered them a powerful symbol of protection and a conduit for prayer. The narrative had created a tangible, accessible form of divine intercession. Similarly, the countless tales of female saints who resisted worldly temptations, endured persecution, and demonstrated unwavering devotion provided powerful role models. The stories of Saint Agnes, Saint Lucy, or Saint Catherine of Alexandria, while their historical details are often debated, offered narratives of female strength, resilience, and spiritual conviction. These were not just abstract ideals, they were stories of individuals who, through their faith, achieved extraordinary things, even martyrdom. For women in medieval society, facing their own unique constraints and challenges, these narratives could be incredibly empowering, offering them a vision of spiritual agency and ultimate triumph. The invented aspects of their lives, the dramatic dialogues with persecutors, the miraculously preserved bodies, the celestial visions, served to elevate their stories, making them more potent examples for emulation. The process of creating and disseminating these narratives was often a collaborative effort. Monks in scriptoria would copy and illustrate existing lives, sometimes adding their own interpretations or local embellishments. Traveling preachers would recount these stories to illiterate congregations, bringing them to life with vivid language and dramatic gestures. Pilgrims returning from shrines would bring back tales of miracles and new legends associated with the saints they had venerated. This constant circulation and retelling ensured that the lives of saints remained dynamic and relevant, adapting to the needs and anxieties of each generation. The appeal of a saint was intrinsically linked to the quality and accessibility of their narrative. A saint with a simple, unadorned life story might struggle to attract a significant following, whereas a saint with a dramatic tale of conversion, persecution, and miraculous intervention could become a major draw. This created an incentive for religious institutions and chroniclers to improve existing legends or to construct new ones, always with an eye towards what would resonate most powerfully with the devotional sensibilities of the time. The narrative became a crucial component of the marketing of sainthood. It is important to reiterate that this process was not necessarily undertaken with cynical intent. The medieval worldview was fundamentally different from our own. The boundaries between the natural and the supernatural were far more porous. Miracles were not seen as statistical anomalies, but as direct manifestations of God's will. Therefore, when a hagiographer embellished a saint's life with miraculous events, they were not necessarily inventing falsehoods, but rather revealing the deeper spiritual truth of that saint's life and their unique relationship with the divine. The narrative was a tool for revealing this truth, for making the divine comprehensible and accessible. The impact of these invented lives on the faith of ordinary people cannot be overstated. They provided a rich tapestry of meaning for a world that could often seem harsh and chaotic. These stories offered moral guidance, demonstrating the virtues of piety, charity, and perseverance. They offered hope, showing that even in the face of suffering and death, divine intervention was possible, and they offered a sense of connection to something larger than oneself, a community of believers united by their veneration of shared heroes of the faith. The cult of St. Nicholas, for instance, with his association with gift giving and protection of children, is a prime example. While the historical Nicholas of Myra was a real bishop, the popular legends that transformed him into the benevolent figure we recognize today, the secret gift giver, the protector of the innocent, are largely a product of narrative embellishment over centuries. These stories provided a powerful framework for understanding generosity and divine protection, particularly for children and those who could not protect themselves. The invented aspects of his legend provided the very essence of his enduring appeal and the tangible form of his intercessory power in the minds of millions. Furthermore, the narrative served to bridge the gap between the celestial realm and the earthly one. Saints were not distant, abstract figures. Through their stories, they were presented as individuals who had walked the earth, who had experienced human emotions, and who had faced challenges that ordinary people could understand. This relatable humanity, coupled with their divine favor, made them approachable intercessors, A pilgrim might pray to Saint Francis, not just because he was a saint, but because they had heard the stories of his radical poverty, his love for all creatures, and his profound humility, aspects of his life that made him seem like a friend who understood their own struggles and aspirations. The evolution of hagiography also reveals a growing sophistication in the art of persuasion. As the market for pilgrimage and devotional objects grew more competitive, the narratives themselves became more elaborate, more emotionally charged, and more tailored to specific audiences. A saint whose story emphasized healing would naturally appeal to a different demographic than one whose tale focused on spiritual contemplation or martyrdom. The invented elements were often precisely those that made a saint particularly relevant and appealing to a particular group of people. In essence, the fabricated lives of saints, when viewed through the lens of medieval faith, were not mere fictions, but rather potent instruments of spiritual construction. They provided the raw material for belief, the narrative scaffolding upon which individuals could build their understanding of the divine, their hopes for salvation, and their experiences of grace. The power of these stories, regardless of their factual moorings, lay in their capacity to transform abstract theological concepts into relatable human experiences, offering a tangible, accessible, and deeply meaningful connection to the sacred for countless souls across medieval Christendom. The invented life, in its own peculiar way, became the bedrock of real faith.